All right. Good morning, everyone. The time is 9 o'clock, and I call to order the July 27th, 2021 meeting of the Contractors State License Board. I'm Susan Granzella, CSLB's board chair. Board members, we will be using cameras during the meeting. To mitigate any potential bandwidth issues, we ask that you turn off your video camera when you're not speaking. When you would like to comment during the meeting, select your raise your hand icon in the WebEx application and turn on your camera. I will call on board members to speak. When called upon, please unmute yourself, and then when finished, return to mute and turn off your camera. Shelley Jones is our host and moderator today. Also joining us is Registrar Dave Fote, Chief Deputy Registrar Tanya Corcoran, CSLB staff, Board Legal Counsel Jason Hurtado, and Executive Office Support Kayla Bosley. Kayla, please confirm board member attendance and call the roll.
Susan Granzella.
Here.
Kevin Albanese.
Here.
Frank Altamura.
Here.
Augie Beltran.
Here.
Rodney Kobos.
Here.
David De La Torre.
Here.
Miguel Galarza.
Here.
Donald Garatano.
Here.
Diana Love.
Here.
Michael Mark.
Here.
James Rain.
Here.
Johnny Simpson.
Here.
Nancy Springer.
Here.
And Mary Tykert. Not here.
At this time, I'd like to ask you to please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I'm going to stand up. I pledge allegiance to the flag
Of the United States of America.
and to the
Republic. For which it stands. One nation.
under
God.
God, indivisible,
Indivisible.
with
With
liberty.
liberty and justice for all.
So we are moving on to agenda item B, public comment session for items not on the agenda and future agenda item requests. Note that individuals may appear before the board to discuss items not on the agenda. However, the CSLB's board can neither discuss nor take official action on these items at the time. So on to the board values public input as part of our consumer protection mission. To allow us enough time to conduct our full schedule of business today, I'm limiting the public to 3 minutes apiece. This may depend on how many people want to speak. However, we've already told stakeholders they will have 3 minutes on public agenda items for the future. If your comments don't involve an item on today's agenda, this would be the time where you can make them. If you have comments on one of our agenda items, we encourage you to wait until we get to that item. We will give you an opportunity to make your comments at that time. We also ask that your public comment relate to the agenda item currently before the board. There are a few other rules that apply. First, California law prohibits board members from discussing any matter brought up during public comment, and board members are not allowed to act on any item not on today's agenda. Second, if you want the board to discuss a topic not on the agenda, you can ask us to consider placing that issue on the agenda for a future meeting. Finally, if you have an application, complaint, disciplinary charges pending before the board, we ask that you not discuss the details of your case or pending complaint. That's because the board members may be the judges, and by law, we are not permitted to receive evidence or information that is not part of an administrative record on the case. Members of the public, if you are with us on WebEx, you would like to make a comment, use the chat feature to send the host a note that you would like to offer a public comment. If you are joining us on the phone and would like to make a public comment, press *9. We will take any WebEx comments first, followed by telephone comments. We will use the same system throughout the meeting for public comment during each agenda item. You will find instructions on how to make public comments on the agenda for this meeting posted on our CSLB website. So now ask for comment. Board members, please turn on your camera and raise your hand if you have an agenda item that you would like placed on a future meeting agenda.
And this is the moderator. Just as a reminder, you can locate your raise hand icon at the bottom of your participant panel list. It should be an icon of a small hand at the very bottom of that panel.
There are no comments, Shelley? Any? I don't see any, seeing no comments. And Shelley, can you confirm that?
Sorry, I was still muted. Member Kobos had asked where the hand raise icon was. He was trying to find it. I don't know if he was wanting to comment or if he just wanted to make sure he knew where it was.
I found it. Thank you.
Okay. And then we do have a few requests for comments from the public.
That is the next item here. So Shelley, please check to see if there are any members of the public who wish to address the board or offer a possible agenda item for a future meeting. Thank you, Shelley.
Right. You're welcome.
Bring those up.
Our first comment comes from Nick Vita. And Nick, your line is unmuted.
Hi, this is Nick Vita. Can you hear me?
We can.
Okay. My name is Nick Vita with R&D Electric. We're headquartered in Sacramento and install battery energy storage and solar throughout California. According to our experience and the UCB report, robust safety measures that require significant technical capacity and knowledge are critical to mitigating the risks of BESS systems. Safety code revision applicable to BESS have implemented even more rigorous requirements to protect the public and emergency responders. These changes include relatively low kilowatt-hour thresholds for code coverage, significantly more safety provisions, and the requirement that the design and installation of BESS be performed by qualified persons. A definition that points unambiguously to the need for electrical training. We urge the board to vote expeditiously at the meeting to exclude C46 licenses from the installation and maintenance of battery energy storage. The C46 license has been leveraged to get a lower cost of labor for lower cost contractors. Thank you.
All right, and our next comment comes from Andrew Rogers.
Point of order, Chairwoman. This is Augie.
Yes.
Maybe we should remind the public that if they're going to comment on the BESS, that they need to wait for agenda item C instead of killing it all under public comment, which should be reserved for anything not on the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, this is Board Counsel 2. I agree with Board Member Beltran's statement.
All right, our next comment comes from Andrew Rogers. Andrew, your line is open, and just as a reminder, comments are limited to 3 minutes today. Your line is open.
Thank you. Thank you. I will actually wait till agenda item B. I noted that in my chat message that the comment was referent to the BES system. Thank you.
Thank you. Next comment comes from Clay Malden. Clay, your line is open. You will have 3 minutes. Clay, can you hear us? All right. Clay, it appears we cannot hear you. I'm not sure if you can hear us. If you'd like, I do have the Q&A feature open and the chat feature open. You could type your comment into there, and it seems we're having some audio issues.
And I would like to remind those who are waiting that this is for future agenda items only. And if it is regarding BESS or other subjects that are related to agenda item C, to please wait until that session starts. Thank you.
All right, so I'm looking here. A lot of people have put in more comments about which one they're trying to comment on. So let me work through them for a moment. Okay, Karen Prescott. Your line is open.
Yes, I think I was going to comment on item B.
That's what
So
we're
do you
on,
want-
is item B.
Oh, we're on now? Okay. Well, good morning then. My name is Karen Prescott, and I represent contractors in the greater San Diego area who install a significant share of solar systems and battery energy storage.
With
including-
respect, Speaker, this is Board Member Beltran. I think people are confused. We're going to take all this testimony under item C.
Item C. Okay, I
Yes,
put that in my
currently-
question.
Yeah.
BESS is either item B or C, and I will speak on either one. So you want to bump me to C? I'm perfectly
Yeah,
happy to do
we
so.
could. With respect, Chair, I think we should, so if you want to talk about BESS, that is item C.
Okay.
Right now, we're on agenda item B, which is just public comment about things in general. And we want everyone's comments to count. So if you want to talk about BESS and you want your comment to count, I would wait till we get to item C. And believe me, everyone will have an opportunity to speak under item C.
Put me back in the mix for item C then.
Thank you. I wasn't just talking to you. I'm kind of talking to every 200 people on the attendees. Thank you.
All right, and it does look like everybody's posting more chats indicating that they are looking to speak on item C. So let me check our Q&A. Those are all item C as well, and double check for hand raises. I do have a hand raise from Wen Lu. Your line is open.
Oh, yeah, I made the comment. This is for items. I'll speak on behalf of item C later on.
Okay, thank you. So it looks like that's it for item B.
Thank you, Board Member Beltran, for clarifying that in this process. Well, we are now, the next item is agenda item C. And we are moving on to agenda item C, the presentation from UC Berkeley on the battery energy storage system study. Before the presentation, I would like to provide a summary of the board's actions to date. In 2018, the board began looking at the proper classifications to install battery energy storage systems. Since 2018, several public meetings have been held and the board directed staff to prepare a report. In March 2019, the board reviewed the CSLB staff report on battery energy storage systems and directed staff to begin to develop regulations to present to the board that would prohibit or restrict certain classifications from performing the installation of battery energy storage systems. The board further directed that this matter be assigned to the legislative committee. On August 6, 2019, the legislative committee held a meeting and invited 3 industry experts to present on the appropriate classifications to install battery energy storage systems. Several hours of testimony was heard. On November 7th, 2019, the legislative committee met again and recommended that the board consider retaining an outside consultant to further study the issue before pursuing regulatory rulemaking. At the December 12th, 2019 board meeting, the board agreed with the legislative committee recommendation to hire an outside consultant. Staff worked with DCA and the Department of General Services to select a qualified consultant to review and make recommendations regarding the appropriate classifications to install battery energy storage systems. December 2020, CSLB entered into contract with the UC Berkeley group to serve as the consultant. So at this time,
You
I
want
will
to try and capture more of what they're saying because
Okay.
they're
Okay, at this time, I will turn it over to Board Member Augie Beltran to lead the discussion on this matter. Augie Beltran was chair of the 2019 Legislative Committee meetings and continues to chair the Legislative Committee this year. Augie, Chair Member Augie Beltran.
Thank you, Board Chair. You can find the staff introduction to the UC Berkeley study followed by the study itself beginning on page 7 of your board packet. The staff introduction provides possible options for the board to consider after the UC Berkeley presentation. The board is not bound to select the options provided in the packet by staff. As indicated by option 3 on page 7, board members can make any motion they deem appropriate. As Board Chair Granzella indicated, this issue has been before the board at least 4 years and represents years of hard work by staff. It's important to note that the consultant's contract is complete with the presentation of their study today. There are no plans for the study to be modified or for the consultant to perform more research. The study is being presented in response to the board's December 2019 recommendation that a third-party consultant prepare a research study to assist the board with making a determination about the appropriate classification to install battery energy storage systems. That is what we are here to do today. Now, I'd like to ask Register Foat to provide the board background on the selection of the consultant. Go ahead, David.
Thank you, Ledge Chair Augie Beltran, for providing me the opportunity to provide a little more detailed background as to the selection of UC Berkeley. The Department of Consumer Affairs Business Services Office, hereafter I'll refer to that as DCA-BSO, has delegated authority from the Department of General Services to enter into service contracts on behalf of the Contractors Board. The method chosen to secure this consultant was the request for proposal, or we call it the RFP process. Through this method, the contract was awarded to the bidder with the highest total points based on the selection criteria, rating scales, and guidelines identified in the RFP. The steps in the process of selecting the consultant followed requirements set forth by the state contracting rules and were conducted by the Department of Consumer Affairs staff, specifically the BSO, alongside the CSLB evaluation team. Between August and September of 2020, the CSLB and DCA-BSO engaged in a comprehensive 3-phase evaluation process. The first phase of the evaluation process included a committee made up of CSLB selected representatives. They formed the evaluation committee. The CSLB evaluation committee consisted of Chief Deputy Registrar Tanya Corcoran, our Chief of Administration Mike Beliza, and me. The evaluation committee evaluated each written proposal and through consensus arrived at a single score for each of the evaluation criteria. The second phase was an oral interview. This process allowed each bidder to provide an oral presentation via teleconference to the evaluation committee. The evaluation committee evaluated the oral interviews and through consensus arrived at a single score for each of the evaluation criteria. Lastly, proposals receiving an overall score of 35 or more from the first phase evaluation and an overall oral interview score of 30 or more from the second phase evaluation were granted a class component score based upon the hourly rate identified in their proposal. The cost component score was determined by the DCA-BSO. The overall technical score of the first phase evaluation, the overall interview score of the second phase evaluation, and the cost component score were added together by DCA to determine an accumulated score for each bidder. Once all 3 phases were completed, a notice of intent to award the contract to UC Berkeley was publicly posted. It was early December, allowing the 4 unsuccessful bidders to protest the awarding of the contract to UC Berkeley. No protests were received by the Department of General Services from the four unsuccessful bidders. However, prior to the contract being executed with UC Berkeley, I did receive a written objection directly from the California Solar and Storage Association on or about December 1st, 2020. However, CalSA was not a bidder, and protests to awarded contracts must be filed with DGS. CalSA objected that UC Berkeley had an alleged bias towards the IBW and organized labor. I reviewed CalSA's objection with DCA, and determination was the evidence presented by CalSA did not support disqualifying UC Berkeley. CalSA was notified of that determination via a December 14, 2020 letter from me. Consequently, the consulting contract with UC Berkeley was executed by the Department of General Services on December 31st, 2020. And as Ledge Chair Augie Beltran stated, the contract does conclude with their presentation today. I just want to clarify something. I don't have the date as far as when the notice of intent to award was posted, but I believe it was mid-November, just to clarify that. So that would conclude my background on how we selected UC Berkeley as the consultant for the battery energy storage system study.
Thank you, David. Before we turn it over to the presenters, I'd like to walk everyone through what to expect after the study authors give their presentation. After the presentation, I will ask for board member comments. Then I will ask if any board member wants to make a motion. We will then open it up for a final board member comment based on that motion, followed by public comment based on that motion. As Chair Granzella stated, public comments will be limited to 3 minutes per person. So on my screen, I see 126 people wanting to speak. At 3 minutes apiece, that's 6.5 hours. It's not necessary for any member of the public to repeat statements or views of a previous speaker. For today's agenda item, it's sufficient to state that you agree with the prior speaker's comments or statements, and the board will consider that as a full adoption of the previous speaker's position. And note your comment for the record. Once again, everyone's got the ability to speak, but if everyone does speak their 3 minutes, it's 6.5 hours. After all comments are heard, I will call for a vote. Please note that neither the board nor the consultants will respond to direct questions from members of the public. However, we do look forward to hearing the public's input before the vote is called. I will now turn it over to Dr. Carol Zabin and her team to present their study to the board. UC Berkeley team, you got it. It's all yours.
Okay. Hi, everybody. My name is Carol Zabin, and I'm director of the Green Economy Program. We actually taped our presentation because one of my colleagues could not be here and the other is only here by phone. So I'm going to turn it actually back over to CSLB to start the recording. I am here and Bethany Jones is here by phone. Don Holmstrom just absolutely couldn't make it on this particular date. But we are here to hear the board comments and if appropriate, answer questions from the board. So I'm turning it back over to the technical staff who will start the recording right now. So thank you very much. We were really honored to be able to do this work and use our research skills, and we really hope it's useful to you all.
Thank you. We're starting the video now. Thank you.
And sorry for the interruption. This is the moderator. If I could ask for those members of the public who are submitting requests to comment on this item, if you've submitted one request, please do not continue to submit multiple requests. As it was mentioned, there are well over 100 requests for comment, and trying to sort through them and figure out who's commented or not is going to be quite the challenge if you've submitted 3 and 4 requests. So please, one request, please be patient. We will get to you. Thank you.
All right, staff, go ahead and hit the presentation button, please.
Good morning. And thank you so much for this opportunity to present the results from our report that evaluates alternative contractor license requirements for battery energy storage systems, otherwise known as BESS. My name is Carol Zabin, and I'm director of the Green Economy Program at UC Berkeley. I'm here with my research partners, Bethany Jones, principal of Inclusive Economics, and Donald Holmstrom, retired from many years with the United States Chemical Safety Board. We are honored to be able to use our research skills to be of use to the Contractor State Licensing Board as it makes an important decision about the future of BESS. Next slide. So, as you all know, we were asked to do an independent review that analyzes the following question. Should C46 contractors be permitted to install solar paired BESS? And if so, under what specific conditions? And so the CSLB staff asked us to review the following options. Option 1, preclude the C46 solar classification from installing BESS. Options 2 and 3, permit the C46 contractors to install BESS on specified residential units that do not require electric system upgrades, and in the case of option 2, with size restrictions. In the case of option 3, with requiring plans approved by an electrical engineer. And option 4 is make no change to the existing interpretation of the C46 classification, which allows C46 to install solar PV with BESS. Next slide. So our research approach was to first carry out a profile of the contractors involved in BESS installations in California, and we used administrative data from both the Self-Generation Incentive Program and the Interconnection data set, and matched this installation data, project data, against CSLB license data to document the licenses held by contractors who have been involved in BESS installation. And we did this by various subcategories and slicing and dicing it in different ways, count, capacity, customer class, etc., which we'll go into in detail. We also conducted an evaluation of the risks and hazards associated with BESS, the qualifications needed for safe installation, and really looked at the issues surrounding how to mitigate risk in BESS using code documents, incident reports, interviews, and a variety, really wide variety of other sources of information on risks and hazards. And finally, we did an evaluation of the economic implications of alternative licensing scenarios, looking at availability of contractors and workers, installation costs, the transition costs if CSLB were to change current policy, and the economic co-benefits, using, again, a variety of data sources from the SGIP data to data from the National Renewable Energy Lab and the labor market data from the EDD and the Department of Industrial Relations. Next slide. So 2 research results that sort of inform the analysis and, of course, the recommendations. Number 1, the key relevant difference for this problem between C46 and C10 contractors is that electricians employed by C10 contractors must be certified, while workers doing electrical work for C46 contractors are not required to have that certification. So that's number 1. And it's important to note that if a contractor has both a C10 and a C46 license, they are required to use certified electricians. So they are not exempt from that certification. The only exempt is the C46 without the C10 or other permissible licenses. And second, the current profile of BESS installers shows very minor participation of these contractors who hold only the C46 license without a C10 or the general contractor or engineering licenses. And you know, depending on how you slice and dice it, this is generally less than 5% of the total. And just to preview our results, we do recommend precluding the C46 from BESS. And we say that with a safety analysis that really shows significant risk and the importance of using qualified personnel. We show that there is not a concern about that there's no reason to have a concern about the availability of contractors and workers who hold a C10 license and are certified electricians. We show very comparable costs between the various contractor license holders, and we also show some co-benefits to using, to supporting the certification for electricians in BESS. Next slide. So I'm going to turn it over to our colleague, Don Holmstrom, to talk about the safety.
Thank you, Carol. Now we're going to review our report's discussion of battery energy storage systems, hazards, and risks. Then we'll apply that safety analysis to the CSLB contract classifications and reach conclusions as to the qualifications of the contractors and their workforces for safe and effective installation of battery energy storage systems, or BESS. Next. This report examines the appropriate jurisdiction of C46 solar contractor and C10 electrical contractor classifications for ensuring the safe installation of BESS. Installation can include construction, installation, modification, maintenance, or repair. The report evaluates safety issues that are relevant to our assessment of which specialty contractor classifications are appropriate to perform battery energy storage systems work. It is worth noting here that the CSLB's mission statement and enabling statute emphasizes the importance of the role of public safety to the activities and requirements of the CSLB. California Business and Professional Code emphasizes that, quote, protection of the public shall be the highest priority for the contractor state license board, unquote, in exercising its functions. Included in the safety analysis is a review of stakeholder positions, chemistry and technology, available incident data, codes and standards, research, and select best industry documentation, such as safety data sheets, installation manuals, and emergency response guidance. In order to define the scope of our review, it was important to identify the predominant installed BESS technology. Lithium ion is the predominant BESS technology for residential, commercial, and grid utility applications in the United States, according to the U.S. Energy Information Administration. Lithium-ion batteries accounted for 90% of the large-scale BESS deployment in the U.S. A variety of lithium-ion battery chemistries have emerged. Lithium manganese cobalt oxide, NMC, is the leading BESS chemistry, followed by the increasing deployment of lithium iron phosphide, LFP. In the California residential storage market, lithium-ion batteries dominate the market. Lithium manganese cobalt oxide batteries from Tesla and LG account for 97% of the California residential installations based on SCIP data. Next slide. While the lithium-ion battery technology has become the nation's preferred technology due to its high energy density, efficiency, and retaining energy from recharge to discharge, relatively longer life, and lower cost, lithium-ion BESS hazards are inherent and include a flammable electrolyte, high electrical energy density, and the potential for exothermic chemical reactions. Hazard impacts can include fire and explosion, thermal runaway, arc flash, electric shock, stranded energy, deep-seated fires that can reignite, and toxic gas release. Of the lithium-ion battery hazards, thermal runaway is the most significant. Thermal runaway is characterized as an uncontrolled exothermic chemical reaction that results in a rapid release of thermal energy from a battery cell at a higher rate than it can remove. This overheating can spread to other battery cells, releasing flammable and toxic gas leading to fire, or if allowed to build up, can result in explosion. Lithium-ion battery events can trigger thermal runaway and include electrical, mechanical, environmental, and thermal abuse. Electrical abuse failure mechanisms include overcharge, overdischarge, and internal short circuit. Electrical abuse failure mechanisms include a component failure, such as problems with the battery management system, a short circuit, or loose electrical connections. The report noted that were several potential failure mechanisms addressed in sources such as incident data, relevant codes and standards, and manufacturer literature that stress the importance of safe installation to avoid hazards such as arc flash and thermal runaway. In fact, the NFPA has issued a standard, NFPA 855-2020, specifically addressing safe energy storage system installation. Mechanical abuse examples are penetration, crushing, and drops from sources such as tools, equipment, rough handling, or vehicle impact. Environmental impacts include extreme heat, flooding, seismic events. Thermal abuse can result from a variety of external heat sources, including electrical events such as arc flash in the proximity of the lithium-ion battery. Next slide. The hazards associated with battery energy storage system installations can include deaths and injuries to workers, emergency responders, occupants of buildings and facilities. Serious incidents have occurred in all phases of the BESS life cycle, including construction, installation, and operation. Most significant incident showing the seriousness of BESS risk in the United States occurred in the 2019 Arizona Public Service Grid Utility BESS facility in Surprise, Arizona, during which a lithium-ion battery thermal runaway led to an explosion. 4 firefighters were hospitalized with serious injuries. The report identified 40 significant U.S. and international BESS incidents since 2012. All but 3 occurred since 2017. Available data indicates that BESS incidents are low frequency, with no identified incidents in California. Low frequency, high risk technologies, however, pose unique challenges for hazard prevention and mitigation. Chemical safety sector and fire service emphasize the importance of implementation of rigorous, effective safeguards when the hazard is high consequence, even with low frequency events. As a caveat to our incident data review, we must note that there is no central repository of accident reports that specifically identifies BESS accidents, but lack of reporting or available data does not mean lack of problems. We note that the 2 significant recent recalls of BESS that included 5 fire events were not found in any database review. A lack of reports or detailed data can make identifying BESS incidents or specific causes difficult, with examples we noted in our report. The lack of documented BESS accidents in California may be due to the fact the great majority of installations have been carried out by contractors holding a C10 electrical license. As noted above, there is no credible safety record for C46 contractors without a C10 A or B license because they have performed so few installations. Next slide. The evidence reviewed for this report suggests that serious BESS accidents are infrequent. Where there's no single repository of BESS incidents, available data show no high consequence BESS-related incidents in California. While the incidents are infrequent, the hazards are significant. It can have serious consequence. BESS falls into the category of high consequence, low frequency risk and should be evaluated with this framework in mind. As detailed in our report, both the fire service and the chemical industry recognize the significance of the risk and importance of effective safeguards. Where incident frequency is low, the impacts can be serious. The National Fire Protection Association, NFPA, for example, states that battery energy storage systems are a high-risk hazard for emergency responders. BESS risks are significant for grid utility, industrial, commercial, and residential applications. Large-scale BESS with greater deployed energy capacity and larger quantities of flammable vent gas and materials have the potential for very high consequence events, as we saw in the Surprise, Arizona incident. But small-scale lithium-ion BESS capacity, including residential applications, also represents a significant risk. Residential deployment of BESS is increasing dramatically in California. New code revisions in California potentially allow an aggregate BESS capacity for some residential occupancies up to 80 kilowatt hours, depending on location. A lack of incident reports, incident details, and fire impact event reconstruction limits, detailed descriptions of BESS failure modes is a weakness of the existing data. For example, of the 29 lithium-ion BESS fires identified in a South Korea government report, faulty installation is listed, but there are no precise details. Other incident descriptions list factors that could relate to faulty installations, such as electrical arcing, the 2019 Arizona explosion, or electrical fault, the 2013 Washington fire, lack further analysis. At the same time, BESS standards and manufacturers' safety documentation acknowledge the potential for BESS events, such as thermal runaway and arc flash, from a number of failure modes, including installation, that can threaten workers, occupancies, and emergency responders, even for smaller scale applications. Such hazards can be triggered by pre-existing electrical conditions that are ineffectively inspected, improper handling, or faulty installation. One manufacturer's installation manual for their BESS installed in residential locations warns, quote, over voltages or wrong wiring and damage, unquote, the BESS and cause, quote, deflagration, which can be extremely dangerous, unquote. Next slide. Constant revisions of BESS safety measures and codes and standards is a clear reflection of the recognition of BESS hazards and risks. Robust safety measures that require significant technical capacity and knowledge are critical to mitigating the risks of battery energy storage systems. BESS safety measures are embedded in the various safety codes, which are continually revised to address evolving technologies and risks. The two most relevant are the NFPA and ICC codes, which are developed by panels of subject matter experts who understand BESS hazards, risks, and necessary safeguards. Minimum safety requirements that are established in these codes apply to applications from grid utility to residential and recognize that BESS in all applications, even in capacities as low as 1 kilowatt hour, have significant risks and need mitigation. The most recent consensus safety code revisions applicable to BESS have implemented even more rigorous requirements to protect the public and emergency responders. These changes include relatively low kilowatt hour thresholds for code coverage, significantly more safety provisions, and the requirement that the design and installation of BESS be performed by, quote, qualified persons, unquote, a definition that points unambiguously to the need for electrical training. The serious hazards of thermal runaway events has been a driver of changes to codes, standards, and industry safety guidelines. One of the most important and recent energy safety system codes addresses the hazards and importance of safe installation. NFPA 855, the standard for the installation of stationary energy storage systems, stated purpose is to provide, quote, the minimum requirements for mitigating the hazards associated with energy storage systems, unquote. There is no specific threshold by size or customer class under which serious safety concerns are absent. Widely accepted safety standards, such as the International Fire Code 2021, the National Fire Protection Association 70, 2020, 70E that addresses safe electrical safety 2021, and 855 that we just mentioned provide an expert, well-researched, and protective threshold for activation of BESS minimum safety requirements. In the latest codes addressing BESS, safety requirements are triggered at threshold as low as 1 kilowatt hour. For example, the latest NFPA version of NFPA 70, National Electric Code, issued in 2020, the California Electric Code 2021 supplement for R3 and R4 residential occupancies, and NFPA 855 for 1 and 2 family dwellings all have thresholds for important BESS safety requirements as low as 1 kilowatt hour capacity. These codes state that their provisions are based upon minimum requirements to mitigate hazards, and the best provisions are needed above this threshold. As the applicable codes and standards illustrate, there is no justifiable threshold by size or sector to suggest less hazardous or an insignificant risk to apply to BESS installation. There is therefore no basis for distinguishing BESS contractor jurisdiction based upon size or type of application. Serious safety issues that receive significant revisions from one code cycle to the next can lead to some confusion as to what requirements are applicable, when, and what the impact may be. For example, a question has been raised concerning the impact of the application of the UL 9540, the 2018 residential code, and what its impact will be in California. The history note for the 2019 California residential code describes the adoption of the 2018 ICC residential code with amendments with an effective date of January 1st, 2020. Our report discusses the significantly revised requirements of the subsequent 2020 version of UL 9540, including requirements related to BESS size, separation, and those incorporated from NFPA 855 and the International Fire Code that can require thermal runaway testing under another UL standard, 9540A, under certain listed conditions. These new requirements were not in the version of UL 9540 adopted into the 2018 California Residential Code. Moreover, code adoptions require time for effective adoption and typically are not applied retroactively. For example, the 2019 California Residential Code, effective January 2020, states that the code adoptions are applicable at the time of the application for a building permit when it is submitted. Continuous code revisions addressing BESS and non-retroactivity make hasty evaluations of code impact problematic. The continual nature of these code revisions also underscores the importance of a skilled and experienced workforce with demonstrated technical competence. Next slide. Manufacturer's safety guidance emphasizes the importance of broad knowledge of electrical codes by the installer, particularly NFPA 70, the requirements of NFPA 70E. The installer is warned that overvoltages or wrong wiring can lead to an explosion in industry guidance. The competence of this installer is linked to worker and public safety by the manufacturer's own safety documentation. Guidance emphasizes the installation must be conducted by a competent electrician or qualified electrician or installer with specific electrical knowledge, skills, and training. The TESDA installation guidance states that for a Powerwall 2 battery energy storage system, quote, installation should be performed by a certified electrician, unquote. Rapidly developing best technologies and codes and standards that perpetually undergo revision and response require detailed knowledge of multiple hazards and evolving safety requirements. A broad knowledge of NFPA 70 and 70E in conformance with multiple sections of 70 are needed to install BESS. These are listed in existing battery energy storage system checklists for building codes and officials and are generally required in the BESS product installation manuals such as those for the Tesla Powerwall and LG Resu. The safety documentation for both the Tesla Powerwall and LG Resu recognize the serious hazards associated with thermal runaway for their residential use lithium-ion batteries. The Tesla Powerwall 2 has a 90-page installation manual with numerous steps.
Wait, let me put you on speaker.
With serious safety
There
warnings.
you are. I said, let me put you on speaker. I was listening to the
Knowledge of codes
presentation.
and standards.
Hi.
System, there's a function that says raise your hand to speak. And all they
Moderator, we could hear you over the presentation.
It was actually somebody in our attendee list. I found them and muted them.
I can no longer hear the speaker.
Staff, can you guys pause and maybe restart?
C10 contractors.
Thanks. That's good.
The installer is warned that over voltages or wrong wiring can lead to an explosion in industry guidance. The competence of this installer is linked to worker and public safety by the manufacturer's own safety documentation. Guidance emphasizes the installation must be conducted by a competent electrician or qualified electrician or installer with specific electrical knowledge, skills, and training. The Tesla installation guidance states that for a Powerwall 2 battery energy storage system, quote, installation should be performed by a certified electrician, unquote. Rapidly developing best technologies and codes and standards that perpetually undergo revision and response require detailed knowledge of multiple hazards and evolving safety requirements. A broad knowledge of NFPA 70 and 70E and conformance with multiple sections of 70 are needed to install BESS. These are listed in existing battery energy storage system checklists for building codes and officials and are generally required in the BESS product installation manuals such as those for the Tesla Powerwall and LG Resu. The safety documentation for both the Tesla Powerwall and LG Resu recognize the serious hazards associated with thermal runaway for their residential use, lithium-ion batteries. The Tesla Powerwall 2 has a 90-page installation manual with numerous steps and includes serious safety warnings requiring assessment, decision-making, knowledge of codes and standards. Installing battery energy storage systems requires a skilled assessment of the electrical system that is being connected. Manufacturer safety guidance, relevant codes underscore that BESS in any size or application is not a plug-and-play installation. Largely due to BESS inherent hazards and because of the variability of electrical systems with which BESS is connected, require expert site evaluation. Next slide. The main difference between C10 and C46 license holders is that the technical capacity of the C10 workforce is greater than that of the C46 workforce. C10 contractors are required to employ certified electricians to carry out electrical work, whereas C46 contractors are exempt from the certification requirement. Our analysis of the C46, C10 workforces offers a strong contrast of the documented knowledge, skills, and training required by the state of California. Workers performing electrical work under a C10 contractor must be certified with documented requirements. These include passing a California exam and 8,000 hours of experience to be a certified general electrician, or 4,800 hours of experience to be a certified residential electrician. Certified electricians must demonstrate experience and training and pass a test establishing that they have received training in electrical safety and have demonstrated to the state a knowledge of the breadth of the safety provisions in 70 and 70E and other codes that are direct electrical and BESS requirements. Certification requires demonstrated safety competency, including methods of avoiding electrical shock hazards and arc flash, which are addressed in 70E. These methods involve performing risk assessments and protection calculations, and wearing appropriate PPE for arc flash and electrical shock, which is also referenced, for example, in the LG Resu installation manual. Other key safety concepts for BESS installation addressed in 70E, part of the competency needed for certification, include lockout tagout, job safety planning, audits, and incident investigation. In a recent amendment, the BESS specific article in NFPA 70/2020 requires installation and maintenance by qualified personnel, in part defined by NFPA 70E. Certified electricians have state-required competencies in both NFPA 70 and 70. The team did examine publicly available information related to manufacturer-sponsored training and certification. For the LG Resu and Tesla Powerwall 2, accounting for 97% of the California BESS residential market, the training required for installer certification is very limited in content and duration compared to California certified electricians. For example, for the LG Resu, there is a 1-hour training video, a 49-question online test to become a certified LG Resu installer. Also, LG requires all installers of its batteries to be certified. As 87 to 88% of BESS projects in the residential sector have C10 licenses, it should be the case that 100% of the C10 contractors installing Resu BESS have received LG certified training. Next slide. In conclusion, the review of hazards, risks, and safety strategies, as well as the differences in the workforce requirements between C10 and C46 contractors, point to a preponderance of evidence in favor of restricting C40 contractors from BESS work, even when paired with solar PV. This report's review of the hazards and risks inherent to BESS underscores the importance of technical and safety capabilities necessary for safe BESS installation. Since the main difference between contractors is the certified electrician requirement, and in California, certified electricians working under a C10 contractor have significantly greater documented regulatory requirements for knowledge, skills, and training to safely perform electrical work and BESS installations. The CSLB can best ensure safety by requiring the C10 license for all BESS installations. We recommend that C10 contractors be required for all residential, commercial, and utility scale BESS for the following summary reasons. BESS are a dynamic and expanding technology with inherent hazards that are significant. They have led to serious incidents. They are recognized by the NFPA as a high-risk hazard. They are currently predominantly installed under C10 contractors, requiring the use of certified electricians. They've led to the development of significant code and standard revisions and new safety mitigations. Those electricians have demonstrated skills and safety training needed to address the safety issues identified. Only a tiny percentage of BESS projects have been installed by C46 contractors without a C10 A or B license, and therefore a significant safety record for these contractors simply does not exist. Finally, we find that there lacks a justifiable threshold by size or sector to suggest less hazard or insignificant risk for BESS installation, and we therefore recommend C10 licenses be required for all sizes, customer classes of BESS. Thank you, and I'll now turn it over to Bethany Jones.
Thanks, Don. So I'm going to cover the economic analysis that we conducted for this project, addressing really 3 questions. Who is currently installing BESS systems? What is the availability of contractors and the workforce to meet both current and growing demand for BESS? And what might be the cost of restricting the installation contractors? So first, to review who is currently installing solar paired BESS systems. We looked at this data in a number of ways, both by capacity, by number of projects, by region, et cetera. This is a pie chart showing the distribution by license type in terms of total solar paired BESS capacity in California. And what we see is that the C46 contractors who hold no other qualifying license have installed only 3% of the BESS capacity in the state, while over 80% has been installed by C10 contractors who may or may not also hold a C46 license. We looked in particular at the residential sector, because 2 of the 4 options were specific to the residential sector. And we found that across data sets that we used, even in the residential sector, 87 to 88% of solar paired BESS projects are installed by contractors holding a C10 license. And while C46 only contractors represent more projects in the residential sector than the commercial sector, it's still a very small amount, between 4 and 7% of the total number of projects have been installed by C46 contractors that hold no other license that would qualify them to install BESS if there was a C46 restriction. We looked across regions. So in particular, we were concerned about the availability of contractors in rural California. In California's most rural counties accounted for less than 1% of all solar paired BESS projects in the state. And we found actually that the statewide trend was also consistent in rural California, with C10 contractors installing more BESS systems than the C46 contractors across all rural and mostly rural counties. Even considering rapid growth in rural California to bump the share of BESS in rural California up from 0.8%, there are 17 times more electrical contractors in California's rural counties than there are C46 contractors. And in fact, 10 of California's counties have no registered C46 contractors with active licenses. So this indicates that restricting C46 contractors from BESS installation, as the safety analysis concludes, would not harm rural residents in rural counties. Next, we looked at the availability of contractors. But what the previous slide, we said that rural counties had 17 times more active licenses of C10 than C46 contractors. That seems to be the trend throughout the state, roughly 20 times more C10 active licenses than C46 active licenses. There's a fair bit of overlap, about 30 or 40% of C46 contractors hold a C10 license. And those are the ones that are most active in the BESS installation space. But the sheer number of C10 licenses in the state, over 25,000 as of March when we collected this data, really should put to rest any concerns around labor shortages caused by restricting BESS work of C46 contractors. As has been noted, the main distinction between C10 and C46 contractors is who they must hire. C10 electrical contractors must hire certified electricians to perform electrical work, whereas C46 contractors do not have to follow that requirement. So we looked at the availability of certified electricians in the state, and as of March, there were over 36,000 certified electricians in California, and 11,000 electrician trainees enrolled in registered electrical apprenticeship programs. There's not comparable data on the non-certified workforce, which include many solar workers, from the Division of Labor Standards. So we looked at other data sources to try to understand what does the solar workforce look like. And we used employment, EDD data, Employment Development Department data, which showed there are over 72,000 electricians in the state. Not all of those are certified, and 4,700 electrician helpers and nearly 5,000 solar installers. So this would indicate, far more certified electricians than non-certified workers in the state working on these projects. And then we looked at the private sector National Solar Job Census, which is conducted by the Solar Foundation, and using their methodology estimated 4,200 electricians are at work in California installing solar, and 6,300 non-electrical solar installers. So again, even using the Solar Foundation's analysis, we continue to see the trend that there's far more certified electricians and registered apprentices than there are non-certified workers in this industry. Now, in terms of future availability, there's been concerns that restricting the C46 contractors would lead to labor shortages. And here we find it's fairly typical that, that the number of electricians and solar installers will fluctuate with the business cycle. But what we find here is that in general, workers with more training show more attachment to their occupation, weathering fluctuations. They're not as vulnerable to a volatile business cycle as workers with less training. And so this is important because the certified electrical workforce, in that it is likely to be more stable over time, there's a wider range of work activities they can embark on, will likely come back to their careers even if there's a temporary layoff during a recession. And this is a real benefit to the industry, consumers and workers themselves. It can really, the certification of the workforce can really help stabilize this industry, even as demand for BESS expands in the coming years, as it's expected to. In addition, California's training programs, registered apprenticeship programs, are very flexible to respond to growing demand. Currently, there's always far more individuals who want to enroll in registered electrical apprenticeship programs than there are spaces available, because the spaces in apprenticeship are constrained by labor market demand. How many workers are needed out in the world to meet different demands? As demand for apprentices and certified electricians increases, then apprenticeships can open more positions for more workers. So it's a very nimble training system that can respond to growing demand. And there's no reason to think that a requirement to hire a certified workforce is going to stop that system from being able to flex and expand. We also looked at the cost. What might be the cost and consequences of restricting the installation of BESS, restricting the C46 contractors from installing BESS? And here we did two different things. The first is what is shown here. We looked at NREL cost benchmark data and adjusted it for California and adjusted it for electrical, higher certified electrician labor rates. So these green figures on these bar charts show the installation labor cost across different residential BESS projects. It's quite a small percentage of total project costs, as you can see, roughly 8 or less than 10%, depending. Less than 10% of project cost is due to installation labor. So what we did was we looked at the higher labor rates in California in general, which shows the first row here shows the NREL data. The second row shows our adjustment based on California labor rates. And the third row in this chart shows the installation labor cost if 100% of the work hours were performed by certified electricians paid at that higher electrician rate. And what we found is that using 100% of certified labor for BESS installation would increase total project costs in the residential sector from 1% to 2%. And this is because labor is both a small fraction of the total costs of the BESS project, and that's expected to shrink even more as BESS systems get bigger. We think this is an overestimate because it is unlikely that contractors would use the higher paid electrician labor for non-electrical tasks. So for the non-electrical tasks associated with BESS installation, contractors would still deploy a non-certified workforce and would be able to do that. So assuming 100% of installation labor is performed by electricians is a very conservative assumption, and even with that, the total project costs were very minimal. We looked at real data in California as well through the SGIP program. Project cost data is reported. So we could look at the project costs by contractor license type. And what we found here is that the most expensive projects were installed by contractors not holding a C10 license, A or B contractors with or without the C10, C46 license. That the lowest cost project, or the lowest cost installation, was performed by C10 contractors holding a C46 license. Those are the ones that are dominating the work environment. In that there was really no difference between a C10 license without a C46 or a C46 license without a C10. So actually the NREL data showed that there would be a cost increase. The actual data from California shows that there isn't, outside the margin of error, any increase in costs from using a certified workforce via C10 contractors. We looked specifically again at the residential sector, and the same more or less was true. In the residential sector, colored in orange here, the lowest cost projects on average were performed by C10 contractors also holding a C46 license. They dominate the market. But between the C10 and C46 licenses without the other, the costs were comparable, both slightly higher than average, but almost identical to each other. $42 difference for across the project. So again, less than what we shown, less than what we determined from the NREL data. And then I'll hand it back to Carol to wrap up the presentation.
Okay, thank you, Bethany, and thank you, Don, for presenting very powerful evidence that has led us to recommend that the CSLB limit the scope of the C46 license and preclude C46 license holders from installing BESS even when paired with solar, unless they hold another license under which BESS installation is permitted. This research shows that the current pool of BESS installers has higher qualifications than might be the case if the CSLB rules to permit the C46 license to include BESS. We see no public policy justification for the CSLB to encourage a future trajectory of the BESS industry with lower standards and lower requirements for worker qualifications compared to the present pool of contractors, which again is dominated by C10 with or without C46, but even when they hold a C46, they are required to use certified electricians. And we base this recommendation on the hazards and risk analysis, which documents substantial hazards related to this rapidly evolving technology and buttresses strongly the argument that there is a need for qualified personnel to mitigate risk. BESS technologies fall into the category of high consequence, low frequency risk, which requires contractors and their workforce with broad knowledge of electrical systems and electrical safety. A review of the certification shows that certified electricians have the relevant skills, knowledge, and experience to confidently be classified as qualified personnel, and no such review of the C46 electrical workforce when they do not also have a C10 license is possible because there is no comparable skills standard, and therefore the workforce of the C46 contractors cannot confidently be classified as qualified. We also conclude that there will be minimal, even no adverse economic impacts and some positive impacts of precluding the C46 license from BESS. We document that C10 contractors and certified electricians are plentiful and the pool can expand as BESS increases. And this is true for residential, for commercial, for urban and rural counties. We also document no significant savings in project costs with installations performed by C46 contractors who don't hold a C10 license. even though there's agreement amongst all parties that the wages of certified electricians are higher than the C46 non-certified electric workforce. Workforce certification in general, I should say, is supported by the state of California and encouraged because it provides a clear signal to our training and education infrastructure on what schools and training facilities should train for. And it holds up wages for workers who are recognized for the skill they have. It also helps address equity by providing a pathway to family supporting jobs for disadvantaged workers. Because one major pathway, not the only, but one major pathway to certification is through the state certified apprenticeship system, which our present administration is very, very committed to and has also made quite substantial investments in pre-apprenticeship programs via the High Road Construction Careers Initiative, whose goal and who has a very successful record in bringing in workers from disadvantaged communities into state certified apprenticeship, including the electrical apprenticeship program. So for all of these reasons, again, we strongly recommend that the CSLB preclude the C46 license holders from installing BESS. Thank you very much for your attention and for the opportunity to present our research today.
Well, thank you, Team Berkeley, for that very clear and concise presentation. Do you have anything else to add? Okay, I would now, let's see. Any board comments?
Nancy?
Go ahead, Nancy.
Thank you. Thank you for that report. That was very informative. I just kind of want to make a few points. This has been a long, and I know it's going to be a long day, but this is a very important subject. This is, we're talking about two people, two groups, licenses here, and, we've heard both sides of what's going on, and everybody has really good points when they bring it to us. We've had meetings and discussions over and over. I just want to make a point that the C10 license, when you look at that, it came about, I believe it was around, I understand around 1947, 74 years ago. And we have made improvements to it. So we've gone in and we have the electrician certification program. And I believe that one, my understanding is that enforcement authorization, 9 years now, since 2012, that we have that program. So that's been updated. We're requiring training certification on that. The C46 license, however, it's 40 years old, came out in 1981, and we haven't made any improvements yet. There's no training or safety or anything tied to that. My point being this: photovoltaic, solar, those items, the trends, the projects, technology, the things that are coming out, the way that the world is moving forward with all this new technology and all these new items, it's really important that we have to stay on top of these things. We have to be aware of, protecting the consumers and making sure that they're installed properly and that people have the proper training, and that it's not just saying or taking an exam renewal to just say, yeah, this question, I'm good at this test and I pass it. It's making sure that they get the training, they understand the training, they apply the training, that they go to the proper code classes. It's all that. And then when I look at the codes, there's two codes involved here. These are two of the biggest, all our codes are important, but this is the fire code and the electric code. And they have special requirements for that. And in it, one thing that I just kind of want to point out is that it requires that these type of systems have qualified people installing it. And when you look up the definition, and they provide that definition of what a qualified person is, it speaks to one who has skills and knowledge related to that construction or the operation of the equipment and the installation. But it also speaks to that they have received safety training. So I just think it's important as we're all listening to this and we hear both sides and great information, and then we look at the Berkeley report, that we understand battery energy storage systems. They're a different system. They have their own sections in the books, and they're not photovoltaic. And it's important that we understand and that we're here to protect the consumer and make sure that the right individuals, the qualified people, are installing this. And just keep that in mind. That's the point I wanted to make. Thank you.
Thank you, Nancy. I'm going down my panelists. I got me, moderator, public affairs. Johnny Simpson, is that your hand up?
It is.
What do you got?
Well, I'd like to say that I support option 2 in the agenda packet. The current general policy to allow C46 contractors to install battery energy storage should not have been issued and should be rescinded. In light of the UC Berkeley study report and the findings therein included those listed under option 2 in the agenda packet, would you accept a motion at this time?
Motion's always in order. Is there a second?
I would make the following motion.
would like to second.
I move to rescind all prior CSLB staff classification determinations that C46 contractors may install battery energy storage systems, as these determinations may be applied to new projects. This includes rescinding the May 14th, 2019 CSLB letter to the California Solar and Storage Association that set forth a general policy that C46 contractors can install BSS as part of the solar PV installation project. For the purposes of this motion, new project shall be defined as any project contracted for work after the publication of an industry bulletin announcing this action. This motion does not affect the authorization of A and B contractors or C10 contractors to install battery energy storage systems. Thank you.
Johnny, that was your motion. Who was it that made the second?
Jericho, I thought you called for the second earlier, so I kind of jumped on it a little.
No, that's fine. So staff, you got the motion in the second there? I guess I'm talking to David.
We
David,
do.
do you have the
Absolutely,
motion?
we do.
Okay. So we have a motion in the second. Do we understand what Johnny's motion is?
So
Yeah,
this is Mary. I have a comment before we close on that.
Okay. So Mary, I don't see you on my list. So
Yeah, I'm not sure how to raise my hand. Sorry, technical difficulty here.
did they bring you? Oh, there you are.
I'm in as a panelist, yeah.
So let's do this. Because I started with Johnny. So we have a motion, a second on the floor, but we also looks like, so the next person up is Frank Altamura. What do you got, Frank? Frank? Are you there?
Yep, sorry.
Go ahead.
I think I maybe just had a few questions for the Berkeley team, if that was all right.
Is the Berkeley team still on?
Yes, we are.
Okay, go ahead. Shoot, Frank.
Yeah, for the Berkeley team, and this might also extend to the other board members. Do you have any reason to believe that the C46 population was underrepresented in the two studies that were used?
No.
My second would be, it wasn't directly addressed in the options that the team was presented, but would a lot of the safety concerns around the batteries, such as thermal runaway and the like, be mitigated by only allowing C46 contractors to install battery systems that had certain safety features in place that were packaged units and not assembled cells?
Well, our safety expert isn't here, but from the many discussions we had with him, he was very, very careful to sort of look at all the possibilities. I don't think he would hazard to guess about future technologies if there were some breakthroughs that mitigated safety risks, but the current profile of what is getting installed and what dominates the market by far shows significant safety risk, and his analysis was based on that. I hope that answers the question.
Anything else, Frank?
Nope.
Okay, next name down that I see a hand on is Kevin Albanese, and then after I got Mary Tykert. And then that's all I got for the board. Go ahead, Kevin.
Thanks, Augie. I'm really concerned here if the board's going down a road of changing guidance based upon who's doing the work. We are a consumer protection board. We regulate contractors. We don't regulate the workers. We don't regulate the market. The legislature, I think it was 7, 8, whatever years ago, created the certified electrician for the C10 license. I don't know where BESS was at that time that would have caused the legislature to include this technology in with the certified electrician. We have a regulation that's been out there for about 40 years or so. It's broad. It includes the solar contractor to install what he or she needs to install as part of the system. This BESS has been interpreted to be part of the system, and now we're going back and changing that based upon who's doing the work and based upon the Berkeley report. And my biggest concern in doing that is I have yet to see a single issue related to the C46 installing something that caused harm to a consumer, caused injury to a person because they weren't qualified as a certified electrician. I think this is a very dangerous road and very dangerous slope that we are going down. When we look at the efficiency of regulating contractors, for example, an individual can build a residential house, can show 4 years of building a home, stick framing, three or more crafts, and we will grant that person a B license. That B license also entitles that person to build a 60-story steel frame office building in downtown San Francisco, downtown Sacramento, pick your metropolis. We're not getting into the detail as a board. I don't think we have the capacity to get down to these fine lines, and not seeing the harm of the C46 doing something inappropriately causes me great concern to go back and change that now. And I think really sets the board up for some potential litigation on that issue. Thank you.
All righty. And then Mary Tykert, you're next.
Thank you, Augie. Well, first I wanted to echo Kevin's last comment about wanting to make sure we do this in a fashion that's consistent with the way our state's set up to allow for public comment. I think on the one hand, I really have a ton of respect and appreciation for people that have been working on this issue for literally years. And I can understand the weariness regarding how many issues have been discussed more than once and probably hundreds of times. And by the same token, this study's only been out for a very short period of time. So given that we are looking for some specific expertise on these topics, I'd like to raise the prospect of accepting the proposal that we defer this decision to allow the public to comment and review on it. I think all of us work in industries where there is a lot of actual professional detail that needs to be considered when assessing how things are going to affect the future. In this case, there's a fair amount of information in this study, which looks like it was competently and thoroughly done, but also has a lot of reliance on places where there's no data. So Nancy started this off by noting that this industry is evolving quickly. And so, for instance, to say there's no data on safety incidents, to Kevin's point, there doesn't seem to have really been any. And then two is that there aren't really any real good data sources comparable on the solar installers. So we've made a lot of inferences based on no data. So I think that highlights to me the importance of proceeding deliberately, not on this topic, because as noted, this has been going on for years, but relating to this study. So making a decision in this process feels to me like we need to give the time that the storage industry asked for. to have everybody consider this and provide further input, because this is just not black and white as far as what needs to happen next.
Thank you for that. Now, I'm starting at the top again. Kevin, your hand is still up. Do you have anything else you want to say? If not, take your hand down.
Apologies, Chair. I will pull that down.
Johnny, same with you. You got anything else to say, or put your hand down?
I do.
Go ahead.
As maker of the motion, both the C10 and the C4, and I would take exception to Kevin and Mary's statements. Both the C10 and C40 46 contractors have had ample opportunity to make their industry complaints and arguments to the UC Berkeley group, and to make their arguments. We've been dealing with this for 4 years. Everybody's had their say-so. Everybody's had their input. 120 days is ridiculous. We've had 4 years. It's time to move on. It's time to put this issue to bed, and I would favor a vote today. Thank you.
Thank you, Johnny. Next one down is, I'm going to go right back to the top. Okay, we got a motion on the floor. David Delatorre, you're next. What do you got?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just so that I am clear on the motion, the motion is to preclude a C46 from installing the battery storage systems, but it's not precluding them from, say, one of their employees is C10 certified. Then they would be able to install this battery system, correct? Is that the way I understand the motion?
Johnny, that's your motion.
If he is a C10 contractor, most, as we saw by the data, C10, C46 contractors, of which we have many in the state of California that carry both licenses. In fact, they are the ones that are installing most BSS systems right now, and that would not stop them from doing exactly what they're doing today. So you are correct.
Thank you.
Okay, next name. Okay, so David Fote, registrar, I give you priority if it's something you need to jump in on. If you just, or is it
Yeah,
just
if I could, Augie, I just like to summarize my understanding of Johnny's motion, make sure we're on the same page. My understanding is, and I just have 4 bullets here, that his motion is to accept UC Berkeley's recommendation to preclude the C46 classification from installing the battery energy storage systems. Further, that it would rescind all prior administrative correspondence or correspondence or any opinion that a BES could be installed at the same time as a solar system. He's proposing a 90-day grace period to implement this change, and that would provide time to educate the industry through industry bulletins and also to help contractors to obtain the C10 classification if necessary. And then finally, that it would not impact the A or the B or the C10 classification's ability to install a battery energy storage system within their classification.
Johnny, is that how you understand your own motion?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. Thank you, David. Somehow now this thing has gotten in order, which is cool. So Michael Mark, you are next, followed by Jim Ruane. Go ahead, Mike.
Hello. Yes. No. Back to the report. I appreciate the thorough report. I think one thing that was very key was when we're as a consumer-based agency, we're talking about costs. The cost to the consumer will not be affected. And previous board members' comments of the technological advancement of this particular industry, the C10 contractors, which there are the majority that are doing this particular work, I'm seeing is, and even most of the C46 contractors, a third of them do have a C10 as well. So the limited effect of this, I believe this recommendation is thorough. This report is great. We've been speaking on this prior to I was a board member for over 4 years now. And I agree that we should make sure this comes to a vote today.
Thank you very much. Jim Ruane.
Thank you very much, Augie, and through the chair. No pun intended, but our charge as board members is consumer protection. And this report is very, very thorough. And for me, overwhelming data indicates the preclusion of the C46 contractors to install BESS is proper. We know what we know today based on the detailed report that was given by the UC participants. Things could change in the future. This is an evolution. This is going so fast as far as lithium ion and all of these different types of things, and it's going to change in the future. But from what I know at this point in time, I think it's a consumer protection issue, and I support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Jim. Jason Hurtado, followed by Diana Love.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd just like to make a brief point on the motion. So if the board is ultimately inclined to restrict the C46 from installing BESS as recommended by the UC Berkeley report, then I think the most legally sound and the option that carries the least risk for the board would be to very clearly change the regulation and go through the APA process. I think you have both sides arguing for and against, but I think because the board really has interpreted the C46 to install BESS when paired with the PV system, I think in order to minimize any litigation risks, it should go through the APA process. I'm mindful the board is wary about going through that process. It's a lengthy process, takes time, but I think it would ensure consistency with the law. And that would be my recommendation. Thank you.
I was on mute. Sorry about that. Michael, Jim, and Jason, please take your hands down. And then we'll listen from Diana Love, and then we'll talk about Jason's recommendation. Go ahead, Diana.
Good morning. And I just want to start by thanking UC Berkeley for their report. And I do also support the motion for option 2 under the 4 points that David Vogt spoke about. I was also concerned about legislation, but that has just been addressed. And I just want to say that one death or hazard accident is too many. We can have an explosion at any time. We need to protect our consumers, and technology is really evolving. But I want to ask one question. When we're talking about legislation, if we're going to require a 90-day grace period, do we first want to make sure that the legislation is in order before we have contractors spend money to get another license?
David, why don't you speak to that, please?
Well, yeah, the board has to make a decision as to whether or not you want to make the decision today, or do you want to have regulatory rulemaking, which could take 18 months. So, I kind of think it's a risk, I guess, a risk factor that has to be considered. Now, what would happen if you were to make the decision today that the C46 cannot install the battery energy storage systems? We would wait the 90 days and then we would begin enforcing that change. And if we had a contractor out of classification, or we have a C10 even that's doing a battery that doesn't have certified electricians, we would take an administrative action against that contractor, which could be appealed. So there's different tracks you can go. If we do take that administrative action, it could be appealed. And then it may wind up in the Superior Court, even the appellate court, to decide this. But that's one avenue. The other one would be the regulatory rulemaking. I think, as Diana Love said, though, should they wait? Well, most of these contractors today have the C10. I think we heard that over 90% of the C46s have a C10. Those that don't, we can absolutely help them to add it. It's less than $200, and in some cases, the exam could be waived. So we're willing to work with the industry to add that C10, but I just think that's what the decision the board has to make. If they want to restrict the C46 from doing, that's the first question. What avenue do you think is appropriate?
Thank you.
Thank you, David. Okay, Nancy Springer, is your hand up?
Yes, thank you.
And then Rodney Kobos after. Go ahead, Nancy.
Okay, and so this might sound a little strange, but and tell me if a point of order is here, but I'm curious if if Johnny would consider maybe a friendly amendment to the motion to consider the option 2 put out in the executive summary on page 5. And the reason I say that is because even though speaking to that new technology and all, it speaks to where it says the permit the C46 solar classification to install battery energy storage systems on specified residential units with the following restrictions. And then they limit it based on kilowatts and the system itself, and then you can't do any upgrades, alterations. And the reason I bring that up is because there are some technology out there and systems that are plug and play and very minor where it could fall into that category. So I don't know if I'm out of order there or not asking that, but if he would consider a friendly amendment to consider option 2 on page 5 of the executive summary piece from the report.
So what we'll do, Nancy, is we'll take whatever is left of comments. And then since Johnny is the maker of the motion, we'll give him the last word.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Rodney, what do you have?
Good morning. Good morning, board members. You know, I'm in favor of Johnny's original motion, and I just feel that, you know, a better trained workforce equals better public safety and consumer protection. So I stand with the original motion.
Thank you, Rodney. Are there any other board members besides Diana? Did you want to speak again, or is your hand up from last time?
I'm sorry, my hand's up from last time.
Okay.
I'll take it down.
Thank you. So it doesn't look like we have anyone else. Rodney, go ahead and take your hand down too. All right, Johnny, you got the last word on this.
I would like to stick with my original motion, and I would like to speak to the question of, do we need regulatory change to reverse this opinion? And the answer to that is no. The prior determination and policies were not put in place via regulation, and as such can be rescinded by the board as applied to any new projects. If a regulatory change was needed to rescind the current policy, then a regulatory change would have been needed to mark that policy in the first place. We are not making any change to the C46 regulatory definition. That language remains the same. So all we're doing is going back to the original language that the C46 license has. It does not include BSS. It is solar license. Thank you.
Okay, with that, go ahead and take your hand down, Johnny. I'm easily confused. I'm like a cat with the red light. All right, so with that, I call the question. And with that, we're going to take public comment. Public, please be advised. They have 131 people with their hands up. 3 minutes apiece. We're looking at about 7 hours worth of testimony. So once again, with peace and love, I ask that if you have the same thing to say as somebody else, go ahead and say, I agree with this position. I do not agree with this position. Speak to the motion, which has been stated several times. Shelley, are you on the line right now?
I am.
Okay, so this is what I'd like you to do. It's going to be up to you to pick each person by whatever order you have.
I had actually made record of who submitted when, so I have them in order as received.
And because we're not in a public venue where we can ask people to stop or slow down, at 3 minutes, I'm going to ask you to turn off their mic and move on to the next person in order for everyone to get an equal share of time. Are you okay with that?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. Do you have the ability to give a 1 minute warning?
I do.
Okay, so let's do this. Everybody gets 3 minutes. At the when they've gone through the 2 minutes testimony, go ahead and give them a 1 minute warning. And then at 3 minutes, turn them off and go to the next person. And we're trying to be respectful of everyone's time. We understand everybody's passionate about this. Believe me, we've been dealing this for like 4 years. And I do remember Kevin running a meeting that lasted us about 7 hours about 3 years ago. So go ahead, Shelley, the mic is yours. Enjoy.
Okay, so I will let everybody know we are pushing in excess of 60 requests for comments at this moment. So again, please be patient. If you've already submitted a request, either through the chat, through the Q&A, please do not submit another one. If your hand is currently raised and you submitted a request in the chat or the Q&A, I would ask you to please lower your hand. I have you on a list. We will get to you. Please be patient.
And Shelley, one more thing. We don't want board members commenting. So if one of them winds up, they'll have another shot at it. So if one of them winds up in the queue, just bounce them to the end. All right.
Sounds good.
Thank you.
All right, so we are going to get the ball rolling, and we are going to start with our first submitted request, which is Jeff Matthias. I'm not sure how I pronounce it. Please excuse me if I pronounce it wrong. And again, please be patient. I have to scroll through a lot of people to find you. Jeff, your line is open. You will have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Can you all hear me?
Yes.
So my name is Jeff Matthias. I'm one of the owners over at Synergy Solar here in Sebastopol, Northern California. With the fires, I would say most of us right now are installing solar with storage as just a standard product. I take exception to a lot of the Berkeley report. Some of the things that I just take that are given is, one, there has been no California issues regarding battery storage. And while the safety issues around battery storage are highly regulated between the fire departments and the NEC, you can drive a 60 kilowatt hour nickel magnesium cobalt Tesla into your garage and there's absolutely zero recommendations or restrictions in doing so. Our systems are a third to a quarter that size. And so while we're heavily regulated, we're falling outside of criteria of most of the other battery technologies that are out there. Another thing I would say is that the biggest question I think in Berkeley that wasn't asked, that I've asked of many of our certified electricians in the area, they don't want to install solar and batteries. They don't want to have to understand the solar codes. They don't want to have to deal with the interconnection agreements with Pacific Gas and Electric. They just don't want to do them. So while there are all these electricians out there in the market, they don't want to install solar and they don't want to install battery systems. And I know that sounds crazy, but with Title 24 and the things they have to deal with, they don't want to have to pick up a whole nother slot of regulations to understand and the paperwork burden that the solar industry has taken on for years in doing this. And another one too is to consider is, Hawaii now you have to install storage and solar together. And based on that criteria in and of itself, that would eliminate the C46 in a few years if California goes that route. I think it's a really bad policy to change this. I really very strongly think what Kevin and Mary said is you guys are moving into a whole nother realm of regulation. In Coffee Park, I saw good builders and bad builders, sued builders and non-sued builders. And you guys didn't get involved in regulating the builders. You got involved in regulating the complaints. So all I can say, Synergy Solar are totally against option 2. I think it is a horrible policy to get involved in regulating policy and getting involved in situations I don't believe the board should be in. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And our next comment comes from Martin Hertzfeld. Martin, I will ask you to also lower your hand, please. Your line is unmuted. You will have 3 minutes.
Okay, can you hear me here?
Yes, we can.
Yes, hi. Well, my name is Martin Hertzfeld. I'm a licensed contractor. I'm also an OSHA authorized construction trainer. And I was formerly a UC Berkeley extension professor there too as well in 2012 when the program was abruptly discontinued. So I've been in the industry for quite some time, and I've looked at the report, and there's a lot of issues with the report. The big thing is that worker safety is not the same as practical safeguarding. So that's one issue there too as well. And as far as the data goes, there is no data that does indicate that there are those types of problems with energy storage systems. Specifically, most of them are caught in or between or struck by. And so we should maybe encourage our solar athletes that are picking up the 100 to 200 pound batteries on the wall to be more careful. So falls are the number one issue. So I would also suggest the board take up some situations on some of these other issues that are more prevalent. Also, the installers, they're looking at being acceptable to trade standards and following manufacturer's instructions. What the report does, quite frankly, is it categorizes into buckets. And so it doesn't, like eggs in a bucket, and it does not specifically say how to make an omelet or how to follow a recipe. And so those are the main issues there. So I do agree with Frank and Kevin on their approach there. Again, I would validate this data against the Business and Professions Code 7109.5 and the violations of safety orders. So I strongly recommend
1 minute.
no changes at all.
Thank you. And again, Martin, if you could please lower your hand. Our next comment comes from Nick Vita. Nick, your line is open and you will have 3 minutes.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
My name is Nick Vita with R&D Electric. We're based out of Sacramento and work throughout California. According to our experience, and the UCB report, robust safety measures that require significant technical capacity and knowledge are critical to mitigating the risk of BESS systems. Safety code revisions applicable to BESS have implemented even more rigorous requirements to protect the public and emergency responders. These changes included relatively low kilowatt hour thresholds for code coverage, significantly more safety provisions, and the requirement that the design and installation of the BESS be performed by qualified persons. A definition that points unambiguously to the need for electrical training. We urge the board to vote expeditiously at this meeting to exclude C46 licenses from the installation and maintenance of battery energy storage. Thanks.
Thank you. Our next comment comes from Andrew Rogers. Andrew, your line is open and you will have 3 minutes.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Beltran, Chair Granzella and board. I'd also like to thank the UC Berkeley group for this very comprehensive report. As a previous inspector and a current educator in NFPA 70E, the standard for electrical safety in the workplace, I have to say that I concur with many of the findings found in this report, and particularly those related to the inherent dangers of a battery energy storage system. And once again, particularly the importance of a qualified workforce. Now, noted in the report, electrical workers working for a C10 contractor are required to demonstrate that they have a defined working knowledge, and this is demonstrated through the state's certification process. This process highlights the importance of not only installation requirements as defined in the National Electrical Code, but in my opinion, more importantly, safety requirements as specified in NFPA 70E. Now, though these two standards or resources are distinct, they converge when it comes to a very simple yet applicable definition, and that is the definition of a qualified person. Now, one of the things that is noteworthy in the report is that the report emphasizes this basic definition, I believe, almost, if not more, than 25 times in its findings. And ultimately, it's part of the recommendation in this report that the CSLB limit the scope of the C46 contractor. At least that's my determination from reading the report, that the CSLB limit the scope of the C46 contractor to its original scope, and then preclude the C46 license holder from installing battery energy storage systems, even when paired with a solar install. As it relates to safety then, in my opinion, I emphatically concur with that
1 minute.
position. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And our next comment comes from Clay Malden. Clay, your line is open. You will have 3 minutes.
Hi, thank you. Can you hear me?
We can.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, I definitely agree with Berkeley's findings. I think that that we need to consider the safety of not only our employees, but also those of our clients, homeowners, children living in the home, those sorts of things. I'd suggest that that qualified people be working inside of main electrical panels, when we're backbeating for emergency load situations and those sorts of things. It's just, it's too much of a risk, I would say, for just anybody to be working in them. And when we hear these comments that these C46s can't find C10s to do the work, it's because they don't want to pay the price that it costs to use a C10 qualified person. So it's not the fact that they don't want to do the work. It's more of a fact of them trying to save money and use C46s for this stuff. I'd also too hope that at some point, C46s have to have qualified people to do the solar if C10s are going to be mandated to have the qualified staff. That I think C46s should be held to that same requirement, just so that safety across the board and fairness within bidding and having to pay the same qualified employees. Thank you.
Thank you. And our next comment comes from Karen Prescott. Karen, your line is open and you will have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good morning again, and thank you for this opportunity. I represent contractors in the greater San Diego area who install a significant share of solar systems and energy storage systems, including residential. And by the way, we work very well within Title 24 and have no fear of it or the added paperwork, as mentioned by a previous speaker. I have also attended these CSLB meetings over the past several years, so I'm very familiar with those representatives who have claimed that there is no evidence that there is a safety problem with their BESS installs. It was noted in today's presentation that BESS is low frequency, high risk technology. While instances have been rare, they have serious consequences. As stated in the risk analysis, if they did recognize there was a weakness in the actual data. Why? There is no central repository of accident reports that specifically identify BSS accidents, but lack of reporting does not mean lack of problems. The lack of documented BESS accidents in California may be due to the fact that the great majority of installations have been carried out by contractors holding a C10 electrical license. There is no credible safety record for C46 contractors without a C10 A or B license because they have performed so few installations. Also noted in the presentation. With the understanding that electricity should be given a healthy respect, knowing your limits and applying the best electrical safety practices is the utmost important. At the very beginning of this presentation, it was stipulated that the goal is public safety. Public safety is and should remain the highest priority. The best electrical safety practices is restricting C46 contractors to solar only with no
1 minute.
permission to install BESS. Thank you. I made it in a minute.
Thank you. And our next comment comes from Robert Wynn. Robert, your line is unmuted. You will have 3 minutes.
Yes, hi, I'm Bob Wynn. I'm the owner and president of Sky Power Solar in San Ramon. We're a solar and energy storage contractor. Been doing it for 16 years. I'm just going to say that I am strongly disagree with the proposal. I respect the work and the good intentions, but the reality of the available workforce is there are just not enough certified people to do this work. It's going to cause basically the end of this business at a time when it's so important to the community and the grid. So again, I am against this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next comment comes from Michael Rose. Computer's very touchy today. My apologies. Michael, your line is unmuted. You will have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
We can.
I'd like to begin by thanking the board for this opportunity to speak. I'm Michael Rose from Taft Electric Company. There's no higher priority at Taft than the safety of our people. Our safety culture is at the highest level, working top down from the president to have complete accountability. A safe workplace is management's top priority. We utilize an extensive safety training program with the best workforce available and have an overall goal to zero injuries. And Taft has won a long list of safety awards. We know safety and are dedicated to it. Battery energy storage can be hazardous if not installed and maintained by qualified workers. C46 contractors should not be allowed to install BESS because, as the university report states, no such review of the C46 electrical workforce is possible since there is no comparable skill standard, and therefore we cannot confidently classify these workers as qualified personnel. With appreciation, we urge the board to bring this multi-year consideration to an end today. I think I'm less than a minute, I hope. I'm done.
Thank you. And our next comment comes from Wen Liu. Wen, your line is open. You will have 3 minutes.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Wen Liu. I'm a project executive for the Renewables Division at Collins Electrical Company. Leadership from Collins Electrical have attended many of the CSLB hearings over the past 4 years and have heard the following distortions: that C46 workers are qualified because their employer passed a test, that energy storage equipment is plug and play, that lead acid batteries are similar to lithium ion batteries. I'd like to compliment and thank the CSLB for selecting UC Berkeley to conduct the study and report. It was thorough, rigorous, and fact-based. I'd like to also congratulate UC Berkeley for being ranked #1 public university in the nation according to the 2021 QS World University Rankings. Now guys, 4 years is a long time. I urge the board to vote today and preclude C46 contractors from installing and maintaining battery energy system storage systems. Thank you.
Thank you. Next comment comes from, searching my list, Joe Sullivan. Joe Sullivan, there you are. Your line is unmuted and you will have 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, board and chair, and also thank you, UC Berkeley, for its work. I am an LA-based energy solutions business developer, and as someone who spends time often working on battery storage projects, a major obstacle I face is confidence in the safety and performance of these systems. And we need to do everything we can to make sure investors feel as safe and protected as possible when investing in these battery storage systems. Board members, with all due respect, you have the authority to move this market forward by providing that much needed confidence. And for the health of our industry, please act today on the UC Berkeley findings, which assert that we strongly recommend that the CSLB limit the scope of the C46 to its original scope and preclude C46 license holders from installing BESS, even when paired with solar, unless they hold another license under which BESS installation is permitted. Thank you.
Thank you. And our next comment comes from Gary Gerber. Gary, your line is open. You will have 3 minutes. Gary, we can't hear you if you're speaking. If you're connected by a phone and computer, you'll need to make sure your phone is unmuted as well as your computer. And if you're calling in by phone, I'm not sure why we're not able to hear you. I will circle back to you. We'll move on to Natalie Higley. Natalie, your line is open. You will have 3 minutes.
Thank you. I'll try to be quick. I really respect all of your time and appreciate you giving us the opportunity to speak today. My name is Natalie Higley, and I work with electrical workers in the Santa Rosa area. California Solar and Storage Association representatives have often claimed that C46 contractors should be allowed to install battery energy storage when paired with solar because, in their words, there is no evidence of any safety problems with their work. UC Berkeley has researched their claims and found them not to be verifiable. There is no central repository of accident reports that specifically identifies BESS accidents, but lack of reporting does not mean lack of problems. I respectfully submit that C46 contractors and their workers who have no state requirements for electrical training, testing, and certification should not be installing battery energy storage paired with solar. Your agreement and decision today will protect consumers and make our state safer. Please do not delay. Thank you.
Thank you. And moving on to Joel Koppel. Joel, your line is open. You will have 3 minutes.
Good morning. I'm Joel Koppel. I'm in project development, and many of those projects include some type of energy storage. In reviewing the UC Berkeley findings, I found this important information. C10 contractors with or without C46 licenses are much more numerous than C46 contractors and have entered the market in greater numbers than C46 non-C10 contractors. The CSLB has on record 25,298 active licensed C10 contractors and 1,240 active C46 contractors. 447 contractors hold both licenses. A CSLB ruling that C46 non-C10 A or B contractors cannot install BESS systems would only minimally impact the current pool of BESS contractors in California, since the share of contractors currently installing BESS who are in this category is very small. Deciding this issue without delay to restrict C46 contractors to solar only could actually improve conditions for current workers. If these businesses take advantage of the opportunity to help their employees gain skills and certification, the employers and employees would both benefit. Thank you.
Thank you. And our next comment comes from John Campbell. And John seems to not be on the call. He may have dropped off. I will check back and circle back around. Hunter Stern is next. Hunter, your line is unmuted. You will have 3 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Hunter Stern. I am the Assistant Business Manager of IBEW Local 1245 and the chair of the Coalition of California Utility Employees, or CUE. CUE first provided comments on this issue to the board over 3 years ago. We're very pleased to see that the board has been able to take long overdue action on this matter or is considering it. The member unions of CUE represent over 50,000 workers and employees who work at the electric utilities in California, both publicly owned utilities like SMUD and investor-owned utilities like Southern California Edison. CUE has long been active in legislative support, supporting efforts to increase the renewable portfolio standards, including both solar and energy storage capabilities in California in order to address climate change. The goal to install these systems, however, does not need to be at the expense of public safety or worker safety. And this is a key point for utility workers. The safety and performance of energy storage systems, BESS, is of particular concern to Q because these systems are increasingly interconnected with the utility's own distribution systems. Improperly installed energy storage systems do pose a risk to workers, a risk to emergency responders and the general public. Where connected to the grid, these systems can also pose risk to utility infrastructure and the utility workers that maintain and operate that infrastructure. These dangers do not diminish when energy storage systems are paired with solar PV systems. And if the C46 contractors are not qualified to install a standalone energy storage system, they should not be allowed to install an energy storage system just because it is paired with a PV system. We asked the board to rescind its policy allowing C46 solar contractors to install energy storage systems since those systems are beyond the scope of their license or expertise. If a C46 solar contractor wants to install an energy storage system, they should be required to obtain the C10 license. Contractors commonly hold multiple licenses, as we heard in the UC Berkeley study, in order to be qualified to perform the different types of work. Why should we make C46 contractors allow them to be treated differently? We do appreciate the opportunity to make these comments, and we recommend the motion that's on the floor. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And our next comment comes from Barbara Cox. Barbara, your line is open. You will have 3 minutes.
Thank you. I'm Barbara Cox, and I teach electrical construction safety in San Mateo County. I'd like to thank the board for this time to speak, and I'll try to keep my comments brief to respect the time constraints we have. According to the Berkeley report, robust safety measures that require significant technical capacity and knowledge are critical to mitigating the risk of battery energy storage systems. Best safety measures are embedded in numerous codes, which are continually revised to address evolving technologies and risks. The most relevant are the NFPA, NEC, and ICC codes. The minimum safety requirements that are established in these codes apply to applications from grid utility to residential and recognize that BESS in all applications, even in capacities as low as 1 kilowatt hour, require that the installation of BESS be performed by, quote, qualified persons, unquote. C46 workers are not qualified because they have no electrical construction training, testing, or certification requirements. Please do not delay. Please support the motion that's on the floor at this time, and I will yield the remaining of minutes of my time. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And I'm going to circle back to Gary Gerber. Gary, your line is open.
Can you hear me?
We can. Thank you.
Oh, good. I switched to the computer. Yes, I'm Gary Gerber, founded Sunlight and Power in 1976, one of the oldest and first solar design and installation companies in California. We've been designing and installing solar PV and storage systems for over 20 years. In our 45 years, we've never had a serious injury from any of the electrical work our crews have done. We've never had a fire. Many of our early battery systems were DC coupled, meaning our crews had to be capable of wiring a series of batteries in series parallel using 4-aught cables. Many of those systems are still out there and will require service. I would bet that the average certified electrician knows virtually nothing about this type of work, has never touched a DC coupled solar battery, and would be incapable of servicing or even understanding such a system without the training that we have given our people over the years. A C46, on the other hand, has been tested specifically on these systems. If you decertify the C46, we'll be faced with the irony, in the name of safety, of orphaning thousands of existing battery storage systems, and as a result of their lack of available servicing, they'll become less and less safe. As far as the safety presentation, the Berkeley Center was misleading, came straight out of the IBEW presentation we've already seen. They even used the same provocative photo of a utility scale fire in Arizona, installed no doubt not by a C-46 license holder. These are overstated safety dangers that have nothing to do with the license classification of the installers. The low safety risk of lithium-ion batteries like thermal runaway are inherent in technology, not in the installation. On a residential scale, a safe installation basic nowadays consists of securely hanging the battery on the wall per the plans and securely attaching the wires to the battery box per instructions. Very similar to just wiring up an electric dryer. Finally, let's look at the numbers. The IBEW claims there are 37,000 certified electricians in California. The vast majority of those electricians are not employed in the solar industry. How many of those electricians are unemployed? Maybe 5%. So that means the available labor force to come to the aid of the industry that is decimated by decertifying the C-46 is about 1,800 unemployed electricians. How is that going to work? You'll see from the solar job census that there are actually about 34,000 solar installer jobs in California. I strongly disagree with the numbers I saw in the Berkeley study.
15 seconds.
So we're going to have about 2,000 unemployed electricians to make up for the 30,000 or so C-46 installers who are going to be put out of work by decertifying the C-46. It'd be a disaster for the industry, for the customers, and for the environment. Thank you.
Thank you. And our next comment comes from Robert Raymer. Robert, I will remind you to lower your hand as well. Your line is unmuted. You will have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Members of the board, I'm Bob Raymer, Senior Engineer with the California Building Industry Association. The CBIA is an association representing over 3,100 member companies involved in residential and light commercial construction. CBI members are responsible for over 85% of the new homes built in California each year. And as you're probably aware, the Energy Commission adopted a mandate for rooftop solar for all new homes and apartments starting in January 2020. Unfortunately, most of the electricity produced from rooftop solar is generated during the hours of 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. when the homeowner and especially the grid does not need this power. At the same time, the state has started implementing time of use rates. And on top of that, the Public Utilities Commission is in the process of updating California's net energy metering rules that sets the rates for compensation for excess electricity the homeowner sends into the grid. This rate of compensation is almost certainly going to be smaller in the near future. The bottom line is that homeowners with rooftop solar are going to want to be able to keep that cheap electricity on site for use in the evening when they turn on their air conditioner and the electric rates go way up. So there's a growing demand for battery storage tech in new home construction, and this is exacerbated by the need for grid harmonization coupled with the state's desire to drastically reduce greenhouse gas emissions. Regardless of whether the cost of batteries continues to decline, it is highly probable that the legislature or the Energy Commission will mandate batteries in new homes before 2030. We have a perfect storm taking shape, and CBIA hopes the CSLB keeps this in mind when determining the course of action today or in the near future. To date, my office has not received a single complaint regarding the installation of the relatively small batteries in garages at the same time solar is being installed on the roof. Since it appears to be a pretty good track record for both safety and quality of installation thus far, CBI hopes the CSLB will continue to allow C-46s to install batteries with solar in both new and existing low-rise residential market. We completely understand the concern voiced over the potential for a C-46 installing large and complex commercial scale batteries, but that's not what we're asking for. We'd prefer that the CSLB consider the small risk associated with the low-rise residential and allow the C-46s to continue operating there. So at this point in time for low-rise residential sector, we don't see the need for a change at this point in time. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next comment comes from Gretchen Newsom. Gretchen, your line is open. You will have 3 minutes.
Sorry, can you hear me okay still?
We can.
Okay, thank you so much. Good morning. My name is Gretchen Newsom. I work with installers of commercial and residential solar and battery energy storage systems throughout California. I just wanted to point out and remind everyone that the UC Berkeley report finds that, quote, the very small percentage of contractors holding a C46, but not a C10 A or B license, leads to the conclusion that precluding or restricting C46s, again with no C10 A or B, will have a negligible effect on the current pool of contractors. This whole issue is also significantly related to safety, and taking the action today, which I fully support the motion at hand, would protect people and property. Also, the UC Berkeley report strongly recommends that, quote, the CSLB limit the scope of the C46 to its original scope and preclude C46 license holders from installing BESS even when paired with solar. With all due respect, I urge the board to preclude the C46 solar classification from installing all battery energy storage systems in any application of any size. Thank you.
Thank you. And our next comment comes from Ian Lockwer. Ian, your line is open. You'll have 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, and hello to all members of the CSLB board. My name is Ian. I represent Baker Electric Home Energy, one of the largest installers of PV solar and battery storage in California. I'm asking you to eliminate the authorization of C46 only contractors to perform any battery energy storage work. The main difference, as noted, between C10 and C46 license holders is the technical and safety capacity of the C10 workforce compared to the C46 workforce. According to UC Berkeley, and indeed our own experience, C10 contractors are required to employ certified electricians to carry out electrical work, whereas C46 contractors are exempt from the state requirement for electrical training, testing, and certification. The C46 workforce, a C10 workforce, has indeed documented knowledge, skills, training as required by the state of California, including thousands of hours of experience. The C46 workforce has no such documentation. As a major solar and BESS contractor, I strongly urge you to not allow contractors who only hold a C46 license continue doing any battery energy storage work. Thank you.
Thank you. And our next comment comes from Zainab Badi. Your line is open. You will have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Zainab Badi. I'm here on behalf of Grid Alternatives. We're headquartered out of Oakland and are the largest nonprofit solar installer in the country. Since 2004, we've provided no-cost or low-cost solar systems to thousands of low and moderate income customers in the state, and have recently begun providing our clients with battery storage through the SCHIP program. Grid recommends making no change to the existing C46 classification and continue allowing C46 license holders to install storage in conjunction with solar. The demand for storage projects is extremely high among our low to moderate income customers, and it's predicted to continue growing as we face more extreme weather events more frequently. And it's critical to ensure that there's a large supply of labor to provide residential customers with batteries, especially in the middle of wildfire season and major power shutoffs. We are a workforce training organization as well, and we have thousands of people participate in our solar training program since our founding, many of whom come from disadvantaged and hard to hire backgrounds. Our trainees receive hands-on installation experience under the supervision of trained experts, and requiring certified elections would create barriers for job trainees working in obtaining an important skill set for their career trajectory. So this would be an enormous disservice to people from disadvantaged backgrounds seeking to enter the clean energy workforce, along with reducing the supply of trained and qualified workers to install storage in the future. Safety is of utmost importance to us. We definitely understand the concern, but the C46 license was created to encompass both solar PV and storage installations. And Like others have mentioned, C46 contractors have been installing storage in California with no recorded storage-related incidents in the state. So we believe that restricting C46 residential storage installation would be a costly and inequitable solution in search of a problem. Once again, we respectfully recommend that the board continue allowing C46 license holders to install storage, as these changes would impact both customers and the workforce. And I'll end it there. Thank you very much for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Our next comment comes from Andy Schwartz. Andy, your line is open. You will have 3 minutes.
Great, thanks so much. Can you hear me okay?
We can.
Excellent. Well, good morning. My name's Andy Schwartz with Tesla. Thank you for the opportunity to address this issue. From Tesla's perspective, requiring all storage systems to be deployed by C10 contractors is premature and frankly unsupported by the evidence presented. We recommend CSLB reject the motion and instead continue to gather feedback and information to determine if a change is necessary or if there are alternative approaches for CSLB to consider given the evolution of storage technologies. With respect to Tesla's battery storage systems, tens of thousands have been deployed throughout the state and hundreds of thousands deployed globally without issue. Importantly, there is no evidence provided in the Berkeley report to indicate that the specific proposed change is needed or to result in improved safety outcomes. I do want to spend a few moments this morning correcting the record as it relates to Tesla products and approach to installation safety. The report cites Tesla's installation manual on page 61, implying that the manual's reference to competent electricians is insufficient. To clarify, the manual is not specific to California as intended to serve multiple regions, and the licensing and certification requirements for installers do vary by region. In the case of Tesla solutions, anyone deploying a Tesla Powerwall needs to demonstrate their competence to Tesla by going through our training and quality control program. This includes training about the specific components of the technology and how our products specifically should be handled and installed. As the board is aware, all systems listed to UL 9540 must undergo a variety of tests to ensure the system isn't compromised, even if wiring in the field is done incorrectly. The report implies that Tesla's UL 9540 certification is not sufficient because it hasn't gone through UL 9540A tests. This is incorrect. Tesla's Powerwall product has completed all testing under UL 9540A. Additionally, the board should not discount the capabilities and experience of C46 workers. In the context of these discussions, a seasoned C46 worker may have a far more relevant skill set relative to a C10 qualified worker based on their individual experience and focus on deploying solar and storage systems. Further, forcing entities that currently only have a C46 license to operate under a C10 license may have a material impact on labor availability and create barriers to entry for smaller installers. This will ultimately result in increased costs and protracted deployment timelines for customers. The report's analysis appears limited in this regard, as it focuses only on the supply of electricians that would be qualified to work under a C10 license, but does not assess the level of demand that exists for their services generally. I will close by noting that Californians currently face a very challenging environment when it comes to electric reliability. In the past year, we have seen hundreds of thousands of customers lose power for days at a time, either from wildfires or from efforts by the utilities to mitigate fire risk by de-energizing their transmission lines. We've also seen rolling blackouts as a result of power shortages in the face of extreme heat throughout the West. In these circumstances, the state should be looking for ways to reduce costs, accelerate timelines, and generally facilitate more installations in support of customers' very understandable desire to deploy clean and robust backup solutions like battery storage paired with solar. The motion on the table moves in the opposite direction. For all of these reasons, we ask that the board reject the motion at this time and provide an opportunity for additional review and feedback. Thank you so much for your time and consideration this morning.
Thank you. And our next comment comes from Brandon Carlson. Brandon, your line is open. You'll have 3 minutes.
Good morning. I'd like to extend my appreciation for this discussion being open, and I hope to answer a few questions and provide some clarification to the board. My name is Brandon Carlson, and I'm a past contractor and consultant with more than 20 years in the residential storage industry within California. I have written for IAEI magazine regarding PV and BESS disconnecting means, and I'm a contributor to the NFPA 70, a constant contributing member of SEAC and a member of IREC's Technical Advisory Committee. I also train AHJ representatives in proper BESS safety and review for residential systems, and am a consultant to energy storage manufacturers regarding codes, standards, and safety listings. To sum up, my career is reviewing concerns and data, and then addressing gaps in BESS safety in California. My opinion stated today is my personal view. I'd like to address what Nancy Springer mentioned about energy storage dealing with the section of the code that isn't photovoltaic. BESS installed with photovoltaics began in Article 690 of the NEC, which is solar photovoltaic systems. Only recently have they been moved to their own section of Article 706. This information has been included in the C46 test. There's also no mention in this report of UL's 9540A testing. That test is directly related to today's concerns regarding explosions, fires, and damage from failures. UL 9540 and UL 9540A are specifically designed for equipment as mentioned, plug and play. It's amazing to me that a decision this large may go through today without speaking with any of those within the industry that have been creating codes and standards regarding energy storage over the last 30 years. It's important to remember that before solar could be interconnected to the grid in California pre-2000, nearly all solar electric systems relied entirely on energy storage. To strip C46 license holders, the certification that this board itself originally recommended for solar and energy storage at the time, the ability to perform a job that they have been doing for the last several decades would cripple many small businesses within the industry with little warning and very little time to prepare. This would come at a time when many of these businesses are just starting to recover from the pandemic. My opinion comes from me as an independent individual who personally holds little stake in the outcome. However, I find the report provided by UC Berkeley's Labor Center to be critically flawed, and I'm concerned that recommendations mentioned in the report were provided by individuals lacking any actual experience or hold any credentials within the energy storage industry. As always, for the state staff, I am available after the meeting for any member of the board should they have any questions or comments, and I'll put my contact information in the chat. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Our next comment comes from Gregory Santos. Gregory, your line is open. You will have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good morning. I'm Greg Santos with Rosendin. The Rosendin Renewable Energy Group is one of the largest solar and energy storage contractors in California and the United States. Our extensive experience makes it clear to us that solar PV systems and BESS are separate systems. That these are separate systems is shown most plainly by the separate definitions of a solar PV system and a BESS system contained in the California Electric Code and in separate California fire codes. While energy storage systems may be connected to solar energy systems, they are neither required to install PV systems, nor are they incidental to the installation of PV. 4 years of testimony and the UC Berkeley report demonstrate conclusively that BESS and solar PV systems are separate systems. So we at Rosendin urge the board to cap this 4-year process and clarify at this meeting that C46 contractors are not authorized to install battery energy storage when paired with solar PV. Thank you.
Thank you. And the next comment comes from Ramsey Stevens. There you are. Okay, and Ramsey, if I can just remind you to lower your hand as well. I've unmuted your line and you will have 3 minutes.
Thank you very much. Honorable board members, thank you for your service. My name is Ramsey Stevens and I am a sustainable energy and real estate project developer. I have extensive experience with the development and underwriting of microgrids in particular that include battery energy storage systems. These projects are incredibly complex and can be hazardous and, of course, even deadly. The last thing developers like myself and the financial underwriters we work with is to worry about the capabilities and safety of the contractors installing these systems. Please do the right thing today without delay. Ensure that there is a strong baseline of quality control, competency, and safety in the battery energy storage market by precluding C46 licensees from installing battery energy storage systems. Thank you.
Thank you. And our next comment comes from Casey Salkauskas. I apologize for that. Finding you in my list. There you are. All right, Casey, your line is unmuted. You will have 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you very much. Hello, my name is Casey Salkauskas. I'm a utility employee. Energy storage batteries are becoming more common and are presenting increasing challenges. I am very concerned about the safety of the utility workers and the public in general. According to the Berkeley report, BESS can be very hazardous, especially if improperly installed and or maintained. BESS can do and can cause fires. Those fires can jump property lines and become very dangerous and deadly and large and cause large area fires. Importantly, improperly installed BESS can also pose serious electrical shock risk to electrical workers on both sides of the meter. I believe, based on my utility work and experience, that there is no time to waste and that the board should decide today to exclude C46 contractors from installing or maintaining battery energy storage systems. Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you. Our next comment comes from Jeff Spice. Jeff, your line is open. You will have 3 minutes.
Yes, hello. Thank you. My name is Jeff Spies, and I find the Berkeley Labor Center's report to be highly biased and prejudicial. It distorts and manipulates the facts. I'll get to that in a moment, but first let me provide my qualifications for making my statements. I'm a member of the UL 9540 Standard Technical Panel for Energy Storage Systems. I was a co-proponent of the RB 154 proposal to the International Residential Code, which establishes the size and siting requirements for energy storage systems already active in the 2021 California Intervening Code. I chair the Codes and Standards Committee for the California Solar and Storage Association, and I'm a 15-year veteran of the solar and storage industry. I serve as president of Planet Plansets, a solar plan drafting company based in Anaheim, California. Now, the center presents biased data related to which contractors are installing the bulk of the solar and storage systems today. They show you the percentage of contractors who hold only a C46 license and no other license. But they fail to show you that the percentage of contractors who hold only a C10 license and no other license. Essentially, the vast majority of contractors installing ESSs hold multiple licenses and install under the C46, which are not legally obligated to hire only certified electricians. The fact that the center left this data out when it was an obvious question and part of their data review is suspicious at best. Only C10 contractors are required by law to employ only certified electricians. Why did they leave that out? Probably because the percentage of pure C10 contractors installing energy storage systems is extremely low. The board needs to understand that this data omission undercuts the center's conclusions, and there will be no fiscal impact of this regulatory change. It will be huge. Now, in fairness, Don Holstrom's report is filled with inaccuracies of errors and omission. Don was the expert hired to provide the technical evidence, and there's absolutely no evidence or official reports provided in the report that shows that lithium battery failures were caused by installation errors made by C46 contractors. In fact, the lithium battery failures referenced in the report were installed by licensed electricians. The fact this report omits. They also claim that the LG Chem battery is not listed to 9540. That is incorrect. It is indeed listed with the Storage Energy Hub inverter, and Tesla has completed their 9540A testing, which they are stating they have not. LG Chem should have it shortly. Don was hired as a technical expert, but if you checked his LinkedIn profile, which I did, it shows that he has no experience in energy storage systems whatsoever. In fact, 20 minutes ago, Don checked my profile, so he is online. The fact that he can't be here, I find to be disingenuous, considering the fact that he's checking LinkedIn at the same time that he can't be at this meeting. It shows that he's retired from the chemical hazard industry. He uses the term battery energy storage system, and the only place that appears in code is referencing flow batteries, not lithium batteries, not lead acid batteries, flow batteries. So his ignorance on this term is hard to comprehend. I encourage that the board dismiss the report findings and allow C46s to continue their safe installation of energy storage systems. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next comment comes from Rick Bonilla. Rick, your line is unmuted. You will have 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, and good morning.
My name is Rick Bonilla. I am the Deputy Mayor at the City of San Mateo. I'm also a member of the Executive Committee and the Board of Directors at Peninsula Clean Energy, providing energy to electrical consumers in the County of San Mateo, as well as the City of Los Banos. My statements today do not represent an official position of Peninsula Clean Energy or the City of San Mateo. These are my personal thoughts based on my own experience. I come to speak today in support of option 2 from the UC Berkeley Battery Energy Storage System report regarding qualifications of actual installers. Having worked in the construction industry for my entire career, first as a carpenter and then as a superintendent performing tenant improvement works at hospitals and laboratories mostly, I know how important safety is. Safety and reliability for both the installer and the end users is paramount. And I believe that only the C10 electrical contractor employing California certified electricians can properly do this job. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. And our next comment comes from Jason Smith. Jason, your line is open. You will have 3 minutes. Jason, can you hear us? We cannot hear you.
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, there you are.
I just want to follow some of the direction that was originally provided and say that I do agree with the gentleman stating that the C46 contractors can install BES. I agree with Gary from Powerlight, the gentleman from Tesla, and Jeff Spies. Not to mention, I would like to reiterate, although briefly, that the Berkeley study did cite failures BSS outside the state of California, which were utility projects installed by the equivalent type of a contractor's license that would have been a C10. Following the logic of the UC Berkeley study, it would lead one to believe that it would not be the C46, but the C10 contractor's license that should be precluded, given the nature of the failures that were used to promote the limitations of the C46 from the Berkeley study. I also wanted to note that there was a gentleman earlier in the discussion who had stated that one of the reasons why C46 contractors do not want to hire C10s is because of them being union electricians. I think that to be false as well. At any time that I have worked for a C46 or a C10, it has always been that the field and the people have been well-trained technicians, regardless of the nature of the contractor's license, but specific for the application of the work being performed. I hope that the board votes down the motion.
Thank you. Our next comment comes from Steve Latendre. Steve, your line is open. You will have 3 minutes.
Yes, good morning. Can you hear me?
I can.
Great. Well, thank you very much for the opportunity. Again, my name is Steve Latender. I am the Policy Director at Freedom Forever. We are headquartered in Temecula. Freedom Forever has been installing solar and solar plus storage systems since founder Greg Albright started the company back in 2012. We are a national solar and solar plus storage installation company and significant operations employing hundreds of people in California, and we've installed close to 10,000 residential systems throughout the state. So on behalf of my company, I would like to respectfully register our strong objection to restricting BESS storage system installations for C46 contractors. As a company, we see significant challenge in recruiting certified electricians to do this type of work, and we would anticipate significant cost increases in our storage and solar product offerings. So this will put resilient energy systems out of reach for most Californians if we pursue what's currently on the table this morning. At Freedom, we are committed to the highest safety standards, providing the training for our staff to install solar and solar plus storage systems safely and efficiently. Freedom Forever's National Electrical Director, Matthew Markham, has installed over 1,000 home energy storage systems over his career and provides our field technicians with the necessary training and support. We have safely installed hundreds of solar plus storage systems in California. Our team reviewed the report produced by the UC Berkeley Labor Center and find that there is no concrete evidence to support the report's recommendations. In our view, this is a classic example of solving a problem that does not exist. It is unfortunate, but we see this report as yet another attempt by entrenched interest to restrict our company from doing our part to support California's transition to a clean energy economy, which we have been doing for close to a decade. The UC Berkeley Labor Center is hardly a neutral party and does not provide objective perspective on these issues, nor does it ground its analysis in on-the-ground experience of running a solar and solar plus storage contracting company. The Labor Center's recommendation would stop well-qualified and hardworking men and women who have built the state's solar industry, leading to billions of dollars in investment, from doing their rightful work while meeting the highest safety standards. If the CSLB accepts the Labor Center's recommendation, it is our judgment that the distributed solar and solar plus storage industry would be irreparably harmed. Thank you very much for your time, and we hope that you make the right decision. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next comment comes from Bernadette Del Cairo. Bernadette, your line is open. You will have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Bernadette Del Cairo, Executive Director of the California Solar and Storage Association. We're California's largest clean energy trade group, representing over 650 businesses who have installed over 1 million projects, making California a world clean energy leader. The motion on the table today will have hugely negative impacts on California's solar and storage industry, and we are concerned that given the strong public demand for solar and storage, your actions today could knock out our most experienced and tested contractors and cause less experienced ones to enter the market, leading to unintended public safety risk. CalSA strongly disagrees with the analysis and recommendations of the UC Berkeley Labor Center. Upon initial review, we find their report to be inaccurate, misleading, and biased. The Labor Center offers no evidence to support its unsubstantiated assertion that regulatory action against California's existing solar and storage contractors is needed to protect public health and safety. Indeed, the report admits what we have been saying for years. There is zero evidence that contractors holding a C46 license have created any safety problems, despite the 60,000 storage projects built in just the past few years alone. The report relies on an erroneous and unsupported assumption that solar contractors hire only certified electricians to build their projects. No analysis is presented to support this false assumption, and it's wrong. The report relies on this to support its equally erroneous conclusion that if CSLB changes the law by prohibiting the C46 license from installing solar and storage, there will be minimal fiscal impact and no labor shortages. CalSA raised our concerns on this issue in our conversation with the Labor Center and shared our fiscal analysis, yet they all but ignored these critical facts. A C46 contractor who also holds a C10 license is not required to maintain a crew of electricians to install solar and storage any more than a C20 contractor who also holds a C10 is required to use certified electricians to install an HVAC system. Specialty multi-craft trades hire and train technicians to do their job. This is reflected in the CSLB's testing curriculum. For over 20 years, this agency has been testing C46 contractors on energy storage. The C10 test was only recently modified to include storage. According to the CSLB's own occupational analysis, storage appears over 120 times in the C46 analysis compared to just 15 times in the C10.
1 minute.
The Labor Center has failed to provide CSLB with a complete, objective, or data-driven analysis. Critical data and analysis are omitted to support the Labor Center's well-documented bias. We have listed only a few of the most obvious deficiencies in the report we received just 11 days ago. We have not had opportunity to review with outside experts. Given the magnitude of this recommendation, we request the board to afford us basic due process by providing CalSA 120 days, conduct a thorough review, and provide a detailed written rebuttal before this board takes any action that would change the status quo. In closing, we urge you not to vote vote against the motion on the table. Do not restrict the livelihood of hundreds of experienced solar contractors this summer, just as the state is facing wildfires, blackouts, to say nothing of the governor's priority initiatives to address climate change.
Thank you. And the next commenter is Nikolai Svoboda. I apologize for the last name. Sure, I just butchered it. I need to scroll through my list to find you. A moment. Nikolai, your line is open. You'll have 3 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Nikolai Svoboda, and I thank the chair for speaking today. And I am a California State Certified Electrician. I would love to speak for 3 minutes, but I will listen to what the chair had asked. And I'll state that I am in support of Mr. Johnny Simpson's motion, while I save the rest of you guys 2 minutes and 44 seconds. Thank you.
Thank you. Next comment comes from Matthew Walker. Matthew seems to have dropped off the call. I will circle back. Moving on to David Green. David, I'll remind you to lower your hand as well. Your line is open. You will have 3 minutes.
Can you hear me?
I can.
And my name is David Green. I'm in favor of limiting BESS installations to C10 contractors. As a retired senior electrical inspector with the city of San Francisco, I perform plan reviews, inspections of electrical work, including solar PV systems and battery systems. And during my career, I encountered a great variation in the knowledge and skill of contractors and their installers. In future, BESS will be a critical part of our electrical distribution system. Requiring certified, trained, and qualified installers to do the work will enhance public safety, and qualified C46 contractors and their employees should have no problem getting certified if they're truly qualified as they state. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you. And again, David, if you could lower your hand. Our next comment comes from Vince Segal. Vince, your line is open. You will have 3 minutes.
Can you hear me?
I can.
Hey, this is Vince Siegel of Siegel Utility. Because the CSLB mission includes promoting the health, safety, and general welfare of the public, my comments today center on the significant hazards of BESS or BESS. You know, the Berkeley report's pretty clear. The hazards associated with the predominant lithium-ion battery chemistry, such as NMC, include high energy density, a flammable electrolyte, and potential reactive chemical hazards. The technology poses multiple unique threats to workers, the public, and emergency responders. Serious hazards result from thermal runaway events may include reactive chemical hazards, fire, explosion, and additional to thermal runaway, emergency responders potentially face danger, such as deep-seated fires, reignition, and stranded energy. The report also says that no experience or exam is required in California to install a solar PV system or perform any necessary incidental and supplementary work. The C46 contractor should not be performing BESS installs paired with solar of any size. Thanks.
Thank you. And our next commenter is Christina Marquez, who seems to have dropped off the call potentially, and we'll check back and circle back and look for her. We get through our list. Moving on to individuals also dropped off. Okay, I will let our members know that we do have a couple people indicated they would be submitting comments in writing. They couldn't stay on the call. Jordan Sink, it is your turn. I have unmuted your line. You'll have 3 minutes.
Thank you. I'm Jordan Sink of Atlas Pelzar Electric. Our company has completed a long list of energy storage, fuel cell, and solar projects. Our number one priority is safety, and we take it very seriously. We invest significantly in education, protective processes, safety equipment, and continual support. Our low injury rating is the result. If not installed and maintained by qualified workers, battery energy storage can be hazardous. C46 contractors should not be permitted to install BESS because, as the UC Berkeley report indicates, no such review of the C46 electrical workforce is possible since there is no comparable skill standard, and therefore we cannot confidently classify these workers as qualified personnel. This decision-making process has been going on for about 4 years. We urge you to vote today and exclude C46 licensees from performing energy storage work when paired with solar. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'm going to circle back to Christina Marquez, who is here. For some reason, my system wasn't finding her. There you are. I've unmuted your microphone. And Christina, if I can also just remind you to lower your hand.
Good morning. Thank you. I appreciate it. Members of the board, my name is Christina Marquez. I work with environmental organizations and with California workers who install and maintain battery systems for energy storage. I want to highlight a key point made by the University of California at Berkeley, one of the best universities in the world. Their report emphasizes that battery energy storage system is a low-frequency, high-risk technology which can cause death and injuries to workers, emergency responders, and occupants. This risk is real, and the report cites many hazardous insights, such as where 4 firefighters had serious injuries due to an explosion at a grid utility battery energy storage system facility in Arizona. I urge you to please take action today and not permit C46 contractors to install battery energy storage systems of any type in any situation. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you. And Registrar Folk, did we want to take a quick 5 to 10 minute break, or do you want me to push through?
Break. Break. I say take a break.
Augie, you okay with the break? Stay put.
Break.
Shall I stay put? It seems like the consensus is to take a 10-minute break.
And do we have a number of or an estimated number of speakers that remain?
Yes. On my list, now I had to skip a couple because they've dropped off. I will circle back to see if they've logged back in before we're done. But as of right now, I've got about 25.
It's about another hour and a half. I was planning on giving everybody a half-hour break at noon,
Okay.
so you guys can go get something to eat and do whatever else you got to do. Is there any opposition to that?
No.
No.
Okay, hearing none, let's reconvene at 12:30 and go do whatever you got to do, and we'll reconvene at 12:30. Is that okay with you, Chair?
Yes.
All righty. Said and done. See you guys at 12:30.
Okay, this is Tanya. Real quick, if everybody just can stay on and just stay muted and the video off. We don't want to lose the meeting connection.
You got it.
Thank you.
And people who are in queue, that means you too. So if you log off or hang up or whatever, you're going to lose your spot in queue. So don't do that.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you. See you in half an hour. All right, everybody, this is your 4-minute warning. We're going to reconvene in 4 minutes. You online, Shelley? Shelley, are you online? David, can you hear me?
I do hear you, Augie.
Okay. Just wanted to make sure. Is Shelley, are you online?
Augie, I just sent Shelley a note asking her to get back online.
Okay, thank you. As soon as Shelley comes back online, we'll reconvene.
Yes, Dave, we have 2 board members that will be participating by phone, and I have provided Shelley with their phone numbers to move them in as a panelist, and that would be Don Gerotano and Kevin Albanese.
Sounds good. Thank you. Are we having any luck locating the moderator?
I sent a text and a chat. I will make a phone call here and let you know.
Okay, thank you.
She responded. She's back.
Okay. Are you back, Shelley?
Also, Augie, so we have 3 board members participating by phone. Mary Tykert is rejoining, and I'll provide her phone number to Shelley.
Okay, my apologies. My headset quit working on me, and I couldn't hear you. You couldn't hear me.
It's okay.
Okay, we're back.
Let's make sure. Do we have the board members on by phone? Do we know that for sure now?
I unfortunately, strangely enough, usually WebEx displays the first 6 digits of the phone number for calling users. And for some reason today it's not, so I don't have any way to identify which one is member Garetano. But I'm confident that once we get through all of our comments and all of our commenters have lowered their hands, I could then have him raise his hand and be able to find him.
Okay, so David, who do we have by phone now? Albanese, you on the line?
That's for you. They just asked for you.
Okay, Mary Tykert, are you on the line? And then who else, David?
Don Geritano.
Geritano, you on the line? Okay, well, we're not going to hold this up. Go ahead, Shelley, commence from where we finished.
And can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, my headset went out again. I'm just getting rid of it. Okay, we are back, and next in line is Mark Rodriguez. Mark does not have an audio connection at the moment. I will circle back. He may not be back with us yet. Move on to Stephen Booker. Stephen, I'll remind you to lower your hand. Your line is unmuted and you will have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you for this opportunity. My name is Stephen Booker, and I'm a California State Certified electrician in San Mateo. And I'm in support of the motion. I found the following in the UCB report, that while California, there have been no significant incidents with injury or death that we could identify there are appreciable data gaps that preclude the ability to conclude that risks are low. There have been serious incidents in other regions, particularly in grid scale BESS, but we found no evidence that the risk of BESS technologies is minimal in residential or commercial applications. We classify the BESS technologies in the category of high consequence, low risk, low frequency risk, which requires a contractor and workforce with broad knowledge of electrical system and electrical safety. C46 representatives regularly say that there is no evidence of safety problems with their work. There is no basis for their claim. I heard other individuals mention that.
The fuck? Must have hit it with my chin or something. That'll be good.
Hey, Nut, watch the F word. Okay, go to the next person, Shelley.
Hello, can you hear me?
Hold on. Shelley, is your headset working? Okay. Let's try it again. Shelley, is your headset working? Maybe not. Tanya, can you text Shelley to see if she's still with us?
I just texted her to let her know that we can't hear her.
Okay.
Tanya, it's Dave. How would you feel about serving as a moderator to find out what's happening?
Can you hear me? Hello?
Who's speaking right now? Who said hello?
This is Don Giartano. I just want to make sure you can hear me.
Oh, we got you. All right, go ahead, put yourself on
Thank
mute,
you.
brother. Thanks. Hey, Geritano,
Yes,
put yourself on mute because we can hear everything you're saying.
got it.
Okay. Moderator, I see your box is lighting up, but I don't hear you. Tanya, do you have the capability of taking over for the moderator?
I will attempt to do so.
Okay. Just take them in straight order that they appear on your thing there until we get Shelley back.
Yes. So I'm just trying to find where we left off.
Looks like David Haskell would be next.
Okay. I'm scrolling. If you just give me 1 second.
Okay. I'm going to go on mute and give you guys a break.
Oh.
Dave, I'm not seeing that name in my function at all.
Well, how about if I do it? Lynn Tran, then I'll just use the names. Okay.
Okay.
Lynn Tran, are you available?
Do you have the capability of taking them off mute?
No, that's the problem. I do not. We may have to take another break. I can't take them off mute.
Hello, Dave. This is Jason.
Yes.
Sorry about that. Yeah, Shelly has the host role. She is the only one to unmute right now, so we do need to get a hold of her.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Oh my gosh, I do not know what is going on with my computer. My sincerest apologies.
All right,
Keeps
Shelley.
trying to switch the connection on me, and I'm not touching it to switch it. So my apologies.
No worries. Let's go ahead and try it again, see what we can get.
Yes, apparently I cut off Stephen Booker thinking he stopped talking, but it's actually my speaker that quit working. So Stephen Booker, you are unmuted again.
Yes, thank you for that. Yes, as I was talking, someone else came on, and that wasn't me using the F word, just so you guys are aware. What I was saying was C46 representative regularly say that there was no evidence of safety problems with their work. There was no basis for their claim. Like I said, I've been doing this. I'm getting stepped on again. Like I said, I've been doing this for over 23 years. A previous commenter said that they don't think electricians understand DC theory. We've done large-scale DC theory applications and uninterrupted power sources for hospitals and for data centers since I've been an electrician. So that point is absolutely mute. And I just want to state for the record that I'm in favor of the motion in option 2, and I appreciate your time and letting me get back on. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And I'm going to circle back to Mark Rodriguez because I believe maybe I was just not able to hear him. Mark, your line is unmuted.
Good afternoon, Registrar folks and members of the committee. My name is Mark Rodriguez, and I am adamantly opposing any further restrictions to the C46 license class in regards to the installation of energy storage systems when paired with solar photovoltaic. I joined Sunrun, country's leading residential solar and battery storage provider 7 years ago, after proudly serving in the Marine Corps for 9 years. I currently serve as the Senior Jurisdiction Specialist for Sunrun and possess extensive knowledge on the safe implementation of solar and storage through my work with international code bodies, standards regulators, industry organizations, and manufacturers across the country. I currently hold the only seat provided to the solar and storage industry on the International Code Council's International Energy Conservation Code Residential Development Committee. Since 2018, I have followed the licensing conversation in parallel with my code development work, and I can confidently say that the national safety community has outpaced the conversation we were having in California. Rules around ratings, spacings, and listings established in the 2021 International Fire Code are clear and concise. Installation requirements such as fire detection and fire-resistant construction ensure that occupants are warned in the event of an issue and are afforded time to safely exit. Extensive work was done in the wake of an unrelated utility-scale battery fire. Provide common sense rules to better safeguard installations and drastically improve the product standards. We are operating under a more skilled, practiced, and informed residential storage market than we were when CSLB began to explore the merits of C46 skills in 2018. C46s are some of the most skilled storage installers available in California because the solar industry has been leading on deployment thanks to SCHIP, heightened resiliency concerns among citizens living under threat of wildfire and enforced public safety outages. Our grid and society is better off because of this collaboration, and the state should honor the work that has been done by C46s by making sure they fit into whatever decisions are made in this forum. At the moment, these people and their work is being cast aside. California has now adopted R328 of the 2022 California Residential Code and Article 120611 of the 2022 California Fire Code that better govern the installation of ESS. The California State Fire Marshal has approved these measures as satisfying the need for practical safeguarding when installing ESS. The progress must be part of this conversation. Since May 14, 2019, under the direction of California State Licensing Board, contractors have continued to hone their trade by installing thousands of paired energy storage systems across the state without significant incidents. Under a C46 license class, these qualified persons have recorded tens of thousands of hours in the safe installation of storage batteries, yet none of these hours will count towards the certification. A change of this nature to the C46 license class puts many of these hardworking Californians out of work. For these reasons, we encourage the committee to explore other options or provisions to ensure that our workforce continues to be employed in their chosen
10
careers.
seconds.
Thank you. Thank you for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions you have.
Thank you, Mark. And our next comment comes from Barry Cinnamon.
Yes, can you hear me?
We can. Go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Barry Cinnamon, CEO of Cinnamon Energy Systems. I've been installing solar and energy storage systems since 2001 in California. With all due respect, the Labor Center's report is an ivory tower exercise that does not represent real-world energy storage system installations in California. Trained electricians almost never transition to install residential battery systems. That is why there's a tremendous shortage of electricians. The assumption that C10 electricians are better trained and more qualified than C46 contractors for battery installations is simply incorrect. Importantly, the report mischaracterizes installer requirements from both Tesla and LG ESS, 97% of the residential market. The result of option 2 will be that ESS installations will plummet, safety will suffer because trained and experienced C46 installers are disqualified from installing and maintaining existing systems. Homeowners and businesses will experience more health issues from blackouts, and businesses such as mine will be forced to terminate many of our employees. There are easily 10,000 batteries scheduled for installation between now and the end of the year, many of which are already contracted and permitted to C46 contractors. Eliminating C46 contractors and enforcing C10 rules will result in a blizzard of contract violations and chaos in the marketplace. Consumers will be harmed by this, as will workers and businesses. The motion before you is going to require the vast majority of solar and storage contractors to fire their existing trained workers and hire new, potentially untrained certified electricians within 90 days, all during a pandemic when worker shortages are widespread and well known. There is no way this is anything but catastrophic to the solar and storage industry of California. Nobody is talking about the emergency we are having on California's electric grid. According to the ISO, this morning, there are 12,617 power outages today, right now. Does the CSLB board understand the scope of today's power emergency? And does the board understand the harm that option 2 would cause Californians from a virtual stoppage of small-scale ESS installations by C46 contractors? Or does the board only want to do the bidding of utilities and union employers? Thank you for your time.
Did we lose Shelley again?
My apologies. My mic went out again. Call-in user number 24 is what you're identified as in WebEx. I have unmuted your microphone.
Yeah, hi, can you hear me? I'm sorry.
We can. Go ahead.
Perfect. Let me get. So my name is Megan Simler. I am a P46 contractor. We have been in business doing solar and batteries since 2008. We used to do off-grid and grid tied. This is detrimental to the solar industry. We have reached out to many of our subcontractors in our area, electricians who we'd love to train, certify, help us install these batteries. Not a single electrical contractor wants to take on the responsibility, the time, the training to install these batteries. When I've been on the phone call for almost 4 hours now, and when I'm listening to all of the remarks about how there's 1 hour to train to install a battery, we're talking more or less 80 hours to 1 hour. The training, certification, the energy, the processing to get these batteries installed correctly, safely, and perfect is astronomical. And this would be detrimental to C46 contractors across the board. Please do not pass this. We are reliant on this in California. I'm in rural El Dorado County. This is all we do. Please talk to people. This is all we do. Thank you.
Thank you. And our next comment comes from a user identified as call-in user number 10. Call-in user number 10, I've unmuted your microphone. If I can also remind you to lower your hand, and you will have 3 minutes.
Hi, this is Courtney Corda. Can you hear me?
We can.
I'm the president of Corda Solar in Contra Costa County. My company has been in business for 14 years. We install solar and BESS. I strongly disagree with option 2. There are no cases of C46 related BESS accidents in the state. It's a non-issue. It's like rearranging the deck chairs on the Titanic. I'm a Berkeley grad, and I admire the effort here of the UC Berkeley team, but they were really asked to study the wrong thing. The real problem we're facing here is a shortage of workers. We're all looking for similar workers who are not out there. Demand for solar systems with batteries has skyrocketed. My company offers continuing education, above market wages, and health insurance, but even so, I can't find qualified candidates to apply for our job openings. Week after week, I advertise and I see dozens of similar ads for electricians, electrical trainees, and solar and BESS installers. The idea that just because a contractor has a C10 or a B license means that their workers are better trained to install batteries than the workers of a C46 contractor, it's wrong, it's naive. The workers who are best understand how to install battery energy systems are the ones who work for contractors who specialize in solar and battery installations regardless of their license type. Don't change the licensing classifications and the rules for contractors. Instead, we ought to be urging the Department of Industrial Relations to update worker training and to boost outreach and recruiting. We're all in a race against time to bring more electricity production and storage to our state. The current curriculum for certified electricians is too broad and it takes too long to finish. There should be shorter, more tailored programs for certified BESS and solar installers. A larger and more narrowly trained workforce will help us continue our state's great track record on safe BESS installations. The way to meet the demand for the safe installation of solar and battery systems is through helping all licensees, whether C46, C10, A, or B, to find workers with relevant training or help us train existing workers. Don't hobble and discredit the one license type that is actually the most closely associated with the work in question. I urge the CSLB to reject option 2. Thank you.
you. And if I could remind you oh, you lowered your hand. Thank you so much. Our next,
Augie, how many callers or how many people do we have left?
the next one that I will call on is number 45 out of 78. And that is providing everybody on the list is still connected. Some people have dropped off, so.
Okay, thank you.
So now we're going to call in user number 21, who is not on the call. So 19 is also not on the call. Don't think. Let me double check here. For some reason, some of the numbers are appearing out of order, which is odd. Okay. No 21, no 19. Okay. Ulf Waldman is our next commenter. Ulf, your line is unmuted. You will have 3 minutes.
Thank you. I'm a C46. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I'm a C46 contractor out of San Diego. I've been licensed since 2011 and was with a different, also C46 company before. So I've been involved in solar for many, many years. We have 14 employees, and we install quite a few battery systems. It's increasing. And I'd like to, there was one comment from the Berkeley team where they said that LG certifies installers. Yes, they do. We have to follow protocol. We're trained by the manufacturers of battery systems. In our case, it's mostly LG Chem and Enphase. We are also designing them. We're doing line diagrams. We have electrical engineering people, and we follow OSHA safety practices. We're scrutinized by the building departments. Every job we do gets inspected, and the wiring is of concern there, of course. I just don't see the safety issue in any way, or that it's helped in any way to use C10 contractors that are not readily available. Thank you.
Thank you. The next comment comes from calling user number 22. Let me see if they are still connected. Do not see them. And then we have next is Charles and Diane Mathis. Do not see them. Calling user 18. Calling user number 18. You are up. I've unmuted your microphone. You'll have 3 minutes, and if I can remind you to lower your hand as well. Can you hear us? I'm talking to call-in user number 18. Okay, we will circle back. Moving on to Mark Baldessari. It is your turn. Mark, your line is unmuted. I will remind you to also lower your hand, and you will have 3 minutes.
Okay, can you hear me okay?
We can.
All right, great. Thanks to the CSLB board who has given me the opportunity to participate in this discussion. My name is Mark Baldessari. I'm the Director of Codes and Standards, working at Enphase Energy, who is a major supplier of equipment for the solar and energy storage industry. I am an active member developing safety and installation codes and standards, both internationally and domestically. I participate in the development of the National Electrical Code and PA 855, International Code Council, UL, CSA, and International Safety Standards for Solar Energy Storage. And I am a member of the Codes and Standards Committee for CALSA, founding member of SEAC, and a member of the UL 9540 and 9540A Standards Technical Panel for Energy Storage Systems. I'm here today representing the thousands of small businesses who have safely installed Enphase solar and battery energy storage systems along with other competing products. Enphase has shipped over 150 megawatt hours of storage system has been safely installed in thousands of homes across the U.S. and internationally. With all these products shipped, our BSS equipment has never experienced a single catastrophic failure. The Berkeley report is in my view, is biased, inaccurate, and incomplete. It was issued on June 12th, only 45 days ago, much less than the 120 days generally given to public response. And I'm sure this is in violation of CSLB procedures. At a minimum, delay a vote on a motion today and allow a proper time period for public comment. Several fire incidents were cited in the report. The installations were not residential but commercial in nature. Most certainly, the equipment was installed and wired by licensed electricians with C10 type qualifications. So just having a C10 doesn't guarantee that the installation is always going to be safe. Safety and installation standards were cited during the comments phase and as changing rapidly. This is a good thing. Codes and standards have to evolve to make improvements and increase safety. There's no guarantee that a C10 can keep up with code changes better than a C46. Future training and education are important in all license classes. Let's see, running out of time. I feel that C10 licensed electricians offer expertise and experience that is valuable to the industry. And for large commercial systems greater than 1 megawatt hour, then perhaps a C10 electrician should be required for these installations. I urge the board to reject option 2 and instead embrace option 4 from the report, which says, make no change to existing C46 classifications. Assert that current law allows the C46 to install BESS. Thanks for the opportunity to address the board. Please let me know if I can be of further service. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. And if I can just remind you to also lower your hand. Our next comment comes from Duncan Clemenshaw. Duncan, your line is open. You will have 3 minutes.
Thanks. Good afternoon to the board, and thank you for making time for me to speak. My name is Duncan Clemenshaw, and I'm with GAF Energy. We're a San Jose-based manufacturer of renewable energy products with 130 employees. I'm the Senior Manager for Regulatory Compliance and a member of the National Fire Protection Association, the International Association of Electrical Inspectors, the Sustainable Energy Action Committee, and the International Code Council. This really smart guy once said to me, a podiatrist and a heart surgeon are both MDs, but you don't get the foot doctor to do your quadruple bypass. He went on to say, the way to get confident is to get competent, and the way to get competent is to focus on something and do it a lot. The reason C46s get good at solar and energy storage is they do it a lot. They have a narrow focus. You won't find them doing bathroom remodels. You won't find them in a cherry picker working on that transformer in front of your house. They're either on your roof putting down another installation of SunPower solar panels, or they're in your garage hanging another Tesla Powerwall, because that's all they do. Every day, every week, every month. The plea we hear from our customers, our California installers, is, hey, we're growing. Can you help us find more good people who can do this work? And as my dad would say, that is a nice problem to have. But now think of all the talented people in your own organizations, the women and the men who get the work done now. Can we afford to lose any one of them? Like any industry, we are hungry for the people who can do the work. This is a workforce development problem that California has not solved, and which will only be made worse by stopping capable C46 installers from doing what they've already proven they can do safely. The presentation had a bullet that said, if BESS grows, the apprenticeship programs will grow accordingly. Dr. Zabin, go Bears, but this is a complete disconnect from our reality on the ground now. The demand exists now. The need exists now, not 8,000 hours from now. Ironically, the report from the Labor Center will have the effect of putting fellow Californians, talented women and men, who've already proven they can successfully and safely install energy storage, out of jobs when we already know we don't have enough workers to keep up with the demand. We urge you to stand with California workers and homeowners and to please vote against the motion on the table. Thank you.
Thank you. And our next comment comes from Andrew Tanner. Andrew, your line is open. I will remind you to also lower your hand, and you will have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Andrew Tanner, and I'm VP of Strategy and Growth at Yada Energy. YOTA strongly supports the development of codes and standards that ensure the safety of energy storage systems. However, we reject the proposal to limit C46 contractors from installing energy storage. YOTA manufactures an energy storage technology that is a modular 1 kilowatt-hour battery pack. Our battery installs beneath solar modules in between the solar module and the inverter. A 20 kilowatt-hour energy storage system using YOTA's technology therefore consists of 20 individual batteries beneath 20 solar modules. Our technology is inherently embedded within the solar system. Our core innovation is shifting the complexity and safety challenges of deploying energy storage into our technology. It is designed simply and easily in series. It is deployed simply and easily in series with the solar installation, not separately. Each ESS unit has 2 pairs of MC4 connectors, one pair that connects to the solar module and the other to an inverter. The proposed restriction to C46 contractors would imply that they are qualified to connect MC4 connectors between solar modules, but unqualified to connect MC4 connectors to YOTA's batteries. Further, it would be completely impractical for a C46 contractor to do the solar installation and a C10 contractor to connect the solar modules to our batteries. Our technology highlights a failure to appropriately engage with industry before proposing the limiting of a C46 contractor's ability to install energy storage systems. YOTA Energy supports Mary Teckart's proposition to solicit further feedback from industry and is aligned with the comments of solar industry veterans Gary Gerber, Jeff Spice, and Kousa's Bernadette Del Chiaro in their positions that this proposal is overreach. Thank you.
Shelley, I think we lost you again, if you can hear me.
Again, my apologies. David Haskell, this is the moderator. I've unmuted your line.
Thank you very much. My name's David Haskell. I'm a partner, senior partner of Symmetric Energy, a C46 company. I have 4 specific comments to make. Number 1, I support option 4. Number 2, I support Barry Cinnamon's comments and all of those within the industry with regards to worker availability and the urgency of now, that we are in a major crisis of not only of electrical, but my third point is that we must make all of our decisions with the lens of climate change. We have an urgent and absolutely essential need for workers in the field of renewable clean energy across the board. To minimize access to that work now is counter to everything we know about trying to combat climate change. My last comment, it relates to health and safety. The Berkeley study looked backwards as to what happened. This rear view mentality into the past is not going to guide us into the future. And everybody in the industry knows that the nickel magnesium cobalt battery, which has dominated the industry, is not going to be the future. Symmetric Energy has made a policy statement that we were going to install lithium ferrous phosphate batteries. These batteries are inert when it comes to thermal. They do not pose the same danger as the NMCs. They are, as I said, they're thermally stable. Companies like Enphase, Discover, Simplify, all of these major battery companies are coming out with LFP batteries. And LFP is more appropriate for stationary. The NMC was developed basically for the automobile because it was light and it held a great deal of power. The future is not going to be the more dangerous, inherently unstable NMC. And so you're looking backwards to make a rule for yesterday. You need to look forward. You need to take a forward action, taking into effect climate change, and by all means, support option 4. And thank you very much.
Thank you. And David, if I could just ask you to please lower your hand. Our next comment comes from John Cromer. John, your line is open. You will have 3 minutes.
Hello, I am John Cromer, the Application Engineering Manager for Fortress Power, a lithium iron phosphate battery manufacturer. We recommend option 4. To suggest solar and batteries are independent systems is akin to banning squares from being rectangles because rectangles are not always squares. Solar without batteries is only possible if using the grid as a battery, which utilities remind us is a threat to public safety. Therefore, it is in the interest of public safety to group solar and batteries together. NFP 855, UL 9540, and UL 9540A are being rapidly and aggressively adopted across California. This is good, but nothing in that suggests C46 contractors deserve to have limited scope. In fact, the presenters today have blamed a lack of battery safety information on C46 installers performing installs, but the report itself says most battery installers in California hold C10 licenses, so this lack of battery safety reporting has nothing to do with C46 installers. But the study itself is flawed. The fires in the study do not lack data. The causes of the fires are underexplored in the study, but available via internet research. Many of the fires and recalls were from high voltage DC-DC system architecture and not the battery itself. Contrary to what was presented earlier, NEC does differentiate between batteries operating under 60 volts and those which operate at higher voltages. But the report is not recommending the removal of high voltage batteries from the residential market, even though low voltage batteries have reduced arc flash danger, a major safety concern mentioned in the report. Instead, it dodges the issue by recommending C46 contractors be removed from this market. The report mentions thermal runaway as another leading cause of battery fire, but fails to mention lithium cobalt is more likely to thermal runaway than lithium iron phosphate. The report is not recommending the removal of lithium cobalt from the market, but it does recommend stripping C46 contractors from their ability to install a fundamental part of their trade. The report proposes non sequitur options based on underexplored case studies. Let's make sure C10 bias against C46 contractors does not distract us from the real safety issues at hand, which include access to solar batteries. California has decided to have C46 solar installers, so it is natural for those solar installers to install batteries. Options 1 through 3 are bad policy, which rely on scarecrow arguments to disenfranchise C46 contractors. Those options will leave system owners in the dark because C46 contractors will not be allowed to service these systems.
10 seconds.
Study is needed before such a recommendation should ever be proposed. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. And our next comment comes from Richard Markison. Richard, your line is open. I will remind you to lower your hand, please, and you will have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon, members of the board. Richard Markison for the Western Electrical Contractors Association. I'm sure I don't need to remind the board that the solution that is in front of you today, and that is, I guess it's the option B, to disenfranchise the C46, does not cure one of the major issues raised in the Berkeley report, and that is the lack of requirement to use certified electricians. And I know it's beyond the scope of the action that you're taking today, but I would remind you that even if you take this action today, A and B contractors are still going to be permitted to install BESS using uncertified electricians because of a flaw in the initial electrician certification legislation that only applied it to C10 electrical contractors. WECA would support legislation to correct this flaw, but the action before you today is only addressing a part of what is facing the electrical and the solar industry, and that is a scarcity of qualified electricians to perform this work. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And our next comment comes from Ingrid Murillo. Ingrid, your line is open. You have 3 minutes.
Will be doing something, and then
Ingrid?
she'll just pause. She'll just stop.
Ingrid Murillo?
This?
Two words, it's anime one.
All right, we will circle back. Moving on to calling user number 32. It's not on the call. Calling user number 9. It's not on the call. Calling user number 33 is on the call. Calling user number 33. I've unmuted your line. I would like to remind you to please lower your hand and you will have 3 minutes. Calling user number 33, can you hear us? All right, moving on. Circle back. Calling user number 16. Can you hear us?
Hi, yes, I can.
Okay, thank you. You have 3 minutes. And if I could just remind you to lower your hand when you're finished.
All right, will do. Thank you very much. My name is Christopher Smith, and I represent Paradigm Power and Planning. We're a battery energy storage contractor as well as solar contractor, obviously. And I wanted to first point out that as per the Berkeley report, which said that the vast majority of this work is being done by C10 and C46 contractors, which shows that the remaining contractors that only hold a C46 license are in the minority. I'm having a hard time seeing, where the great divide is on having there being a labor shortage, because if the majority of it's already being done by C46 and C10 contractors who collectively hold that license, then the small amount of C46 contractors simply need to just go out and get a C10 license, and requiring them to do so will not have catastrophic effects on the market whatsoever. Because again, the majority of C46 contractors also have a C10 license. So this idea that the sky is falling and it's going to really hurt the industry, I don't really see that happening, and nor do I understand it. Furthermore, the idea that electricians aren't versed in DC work or don't physically understand solar, I also find to be silly, because the vast majority of the trainings that go into these things, as well as the tests and what have you, also have a huge amount of requirements on understanding solar and battery energy storage. Furthermore, it's my understanding from doing this for nearly a decade, as well as working in the electrical industry before I got into battery energy storage, is that these things can be learned, these things can be taught, these things can be trained, and if you understand the basic underlying principles of electricity, you'll have no problem bridging the gap, as my electricians have done, going from AC work to DC work. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. And our next one comes from Catherine Von Berg. Catherine, your line is open. I will remind you to lower your hand, and you will have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Catherine Von Berg, CEO and President of Simplify Power. We design and manufacture energy storage systems deployed in over 40 countries. First comment, the report being discussed perpetuates misconceptions that all lithium-ion batteries have the same safety profile. They do not. Chemistry, form factor, size, kilowatt hours versus megawatt hours, and quality of manufacture matters. The major manufacturers of cobalt-based chemistries, NMC, NCA, some of which are on their second, third, and fourth rounds of battery recalls. In terms of safety, this issue is not addressed by the report, and certainly not by removing C46 licensed installers from being able to install battery energy storage systems. It should be noted in this discussion that the APS fire mentioned was installed by C10 electricians. So the fundamental issue really is about public safety and a well-trained workforce. So rather than preclude one group over another, C10s versus C46, improve the overall battery energy storage electrical training for both C10 and C46 license holders. As an energy storage manufacturer, we have seen mistakes made by both C10 and C46 installers, and therefore, as a company, have a rigorous training program for both classes of license holders. New technology requires new training and licensing requirements. I encourage the board to consider this in this discussion. In addition, small businesses are the economic engine for the economy. Precluding C46 from installing battery energy storage systems will have an economic impact. California is losing hundreds of millions of dollars, even billions, during power safety shutoffs. The only solution to protect residents, both homeowners and business owners, are customer-sited battery energy storage systems. Efforts should be directed at increasing training requirements for both C10 and C46 license holders, not precluding, again, one group over the other. Residents in need of backup power when utilities shut down the grid in PSPS events, and the economy overall, still crippled by COVID shutdowns and losses in the business sector, require that C46 and C10s continue to install and meet the growing demand for energy storage, in large part because of the utilities shutting off to grid to protect themselves. Simplify Power rejects the motion and encourages instead to develop upgrades and training and licensing requirements for both C10 and C46. This will serve the interests of public safety, small businesses that are the economic engine to the economy, and create the necessary distributed battery energy storage systems at homes and businesses in the face of utilities increasingly shutting off the
Time has
grid.
expired. And again, Catherine, if I can remind you to lower your hand, please. Our next commenter is calling user number 8.
Hello.
Calling user, hello. Thank you. And just as a reminder to lower your hand when you're finished, you will have 3 minutes.
Can you hear me?
We can.
Hi. My name is Gary Banta. I'm the owner of Clear Spot Energy, and I've been in the solar business since 2007, and have been doing battery energy systems for several years. I think that the UC Berkeley whole presentation was biased and also quite naive. I thought of think back to Gary Gerber, and when he took us back to the 80s, when BSS systems were a collection of parts. Today, it's not a collection of parts; they're systems. And each manufacturer, and I've used 3 different companies, require training annually for their system to be able to have their system meet the warranty. So further, you're required to, as you go from, even if you're using the same product, as a year goes by, you have to have retraining to make sure that you're fully up on each one of those products that are going out there. The systems are properly installed, and the people who are putting them in with the modern systems today have a whole completely different view of and capabilities than what was going on 20, 30, 40, 50 years ago when these systems were first put into use. So again, I'm for option 4, and I thank you for listening.
Shelley.
Yes.
This is Beltran. How many more people we got on the line?
Our next commenter is number 64 out of 82.
Okay, so we're going to ask, because this public comment is on the motion. So we're having problems with people trying to stay on the line, getting kicked off. So I would ask, as you go forward, limit your comment to, we support the motion, we oppose the motion, and the board will understand what you mean by that. I'm not a fan of WebEx, but it's what we got, and we got to try and work with it. So please, if we can do this, it probably would help us out immensely. All right, go ahead, Shelley.
Okay. Our next comment comes from Douglas Mangione. Your line is open. I will remind you to lower your hand, and you will have 3 minutes.
Thank you, board. I'm Doug Mangione, Business Development Director, Orange County. 45 years of experience, and I support the recommendations of the UC Berkeley finding when it comes to this. I support the motion and respectfully request the board act today to exclude C46 contracts from performing work where battery energy storage is paired. Thank you.
Thank you, and just a reminder to lower your hand. Our next comment comes from calling user number 39. Who I do not see is still connected, so we'll move on to Ed Murray. Ed Murray, your line is open. You will have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Board of Directors. I want to state my disapproval for this power grab from the IBEW, and they're just trying to run over the top with utility companies running over the top of solar and distributed generation and rooftop solar. So I respectfully ask that you vote for option 4. Thank you.
Thank you. And our next comment comes from Thomas Enslow. Thomas, your line is open. Please remember to lower your hand, and you will have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
We can.
Great. Tom Enslow on behalf of the California Statewide Association of International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers. The Statewide Association supports the proposed motion. I just want to quickly address the question of whether this motion requires a regulatory action. Just a reminder, the motion has kind of 2 parts. First, it accepts the findings, and then it recommends that we, that they rescind the current policy interpretation that C46 solar contractors can install energy storage systems when paired with a solar PV system. The CSLB has issued several classification determinations stating that C46 contractors can install energy storage systems when paired with a solar PV system, including a May 14, 2019 letter to CALSA that confirmed this is the CSLB's quote-unquote policy. And these determinations continue to be applied to new projects. The findings in the UC Berkeley Labor Center report demonstrate these classification determinations were incorrect factually, legally, and from a safety policy perspective. Moreover, they were made without a regulatory action, and then applied as a general policy, which itself is arguably an improper underground regulation. Because these existing policies were not made through a regulatory process, the board has full authority to rescind this policy today without also going through a regulatory process. In fact, it must rescind this policy because it was not properly put forth in the first place. Even if the board decided to undergo a formal regulatory proceeding, that does not prevent it from immediately rescinding these prior classification determinations in the meantime and announcing that these prior policy determinations will no longer be applied. And that's what's being asked in that motion. I'd also like to underscore that requiring C46 contractors to obtain a C10 license to install energy storage systems is neither burdensome nor out of the norm. It's common practice for contractors to hold multiple license classifications when they want to be qualified to perform multiple types of projects. And indeed, the majority of C46 contractors already have C10 licenses. And some of them also have roofing licenses, so they can install roofs at the same time. So why should the minority of C46 contractors who do not already have a C10 license be treated differently? That's just not how the contractor license world works in other areas. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And just as a reminder, Thomas, if you could lower your hand. Our next comment comes from Garrett Greer. Garrett, your line is open. As a reminder to lower your hand and you will have 3 minutes.
Thank you to the board for allowing me to speak. I support the motion and I hope you guys take the action today. Thank you.
Thank you. Next comment comes from calling user number 13, who is no longer on the link, Lynn Tran. All right, Lynn, I've unmuted your microphone. Please lower your hand and you will have 3 minutes.
Great, thank you. Can you hear me okay?
We can.
Excellent. Well, thank you to the board for the opportunity. My name is Lynn Tran, and I'm the Director of Sales for Residential Storage Markets for LG Energy Solution. We were previously known as LG Chem, being the chemical company developing lithium batteries for over 50 years. LG Energy Solution is a Tier 1 lithium battery manufacturer supplying a wide range of batteries for all sorts of applications. And it's important to note that we've shipped 35,000 units to the US so far, and we haven't been advised of any injuries from our installers since launching mid-2017. And the Resu battery is, in fact, despite some of the comments here, designed to be a standardized product that has met global safety standards that are enforced. And it is, in fact, designed to be installed simply and safely. So I've worked in the energy space for over 13 years, largely in California, and the latter half of that time, specifically in energy storage for residential home batteries. And having developed the LG's product certification and training program back in 2017, I can say that the information presented by Mr. Holstrom is lacking and generally inaccurate. If this was in addition to the errors and misinformation included in the university study. Some of the information was kindly highlighted to you by Mr. Andy Schwartz of Tesla. And coming from a battery manufacturer standpoint, this topic warrants further time to review and better understand the safety fundamentals missing in this conversation. So LG rejects the motion, and we want an opportunity to provide meaningful feedback to the board. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next comment comes from calling user number 35. Calling user number 35, I've unmuted your line. If I can remind you to lower your hand, and you will have 3 minutes. Calling user 35, can you hear us? I will circle back. Go to call-in user number 28. I've unmuted your line. Can you hear us? Call-in user 28.
Yes, can you hear me?
I can. If I can just remind you to lower your hand when you're finished, and you will have 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Members of the board, my name is Bernie Kotlier, and I'm the Executive Director of the California and Nevada LMCC. Tesla and others have claimed no evidence of safety problems with C46 contractors. UC Berkeley made clear that there is no central repository in California for this data. We have been able to get the truth about C46 work and from the Washington Post and New York Times reports, and I quote, Walmart sued Tesla Solar City for negligence after repeated solar fires. The lawsuit states that Tesla workers were untrained, putting up shoddy installations and showing utter incompetence or callousness or both, court papers said. Walmart stated that Solar City has an ill-considered business model that required it to install solar panels haphazardly and as quickly as possible in order to turn a profit. And the contractors and subcontractors who performed the original installation work had not been properly hired, trained, or supervised. The first rooftop fire occurred here in California at a Walmart store in Long Beach in 2012. The company's complaint said, and the blazes at various other locations continued through at least the fall of 2018, over 6 years in multiple stores. Walmart quickly discovered that Tesla routinely deployed individuals to inspect the solar systems who lacked basic solar training and knowledge, and Tesla failed to properly ground the systems to decrease the risk of fire. Inspectors revealed numerous deficiencies, including exposed, hanging, and frayed wires susceptible to arcing, creating a fire risk. And on-site visits revealed that Tesla had engaged in widespread systemic negligence and had failed to abide by prudent industry practices in installing, operating, and maintaining its solar systems, conduct that greatly increased the risk of fire at Walmart sites. This is the truth about C46 contractors, the same contractors and workers who want to install energy storage, which we know is much more hazardous than solar. Thank you very much. I appreciate the board's time to listen to these comments.
Sorry about that.
Shelley, are you offline again?
Next is Karen Polstra. Karen, your line is open. You will have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Karen Polstra. I'm a C46 solar contractor in Oceanside, California. We object to the restriction of the C46 contractors regarding the BESS systems, are in favor of option 4 with no changes. For brevity reason, we concur with the arguments presented so far by Mr. Jeff Spies, Bernadette Del Chiaro, the representative of CBI, Mr. Gary Gerber of Sunlight and Power, Grid Alternatives, Barry Cinnamon, David Haskell of Symmetric Energy, especially with his comments regarding the environmental perspective, representative of Simplify Power, Ed Murray. C46 contractors are for the most part small, local, often family-owned businesses like ours. This motion will take away a major source of economic viability because solar without storage is quickly becoming a non-starter. It's infuriating and just coming out of pandemic, frankly, extremely depressing because the Labor Center's report is lacking in evidence that there is a problem to solve. We're being put into a position to prove a negative. The inference that C46 are less concerned or capable of ensuring public and worker safety is insulting, inaccurate, and unproven. In fact, if past performance is a measure, then the incidents cited in the report defy the logic that underlies this proceeding, as these systems were utility scale projects outside of California and thereby clearly not installed by C46 contractors. As to the last speaker citing untrained workers, I did not hear him mention whether those workers were C46 or C10s.
1 minute.
All in all, I'm in favor of a state repository for energy storage issues. It would be illuminating for the entire industry. Thank you.
Thank you. And Barbara McLaren has indicated she has fixed her audio feed, so I'm going to circle back to her. Barbara, your line is open. I'll remind you to lower your hand and you'll have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
We can.
Perfect. Good. Hello, board members. My name is Barbara McLaren, and I'm a distributed and sustainable energy advocate. I'm asking you to please preclude C46 contractors from installing battery energy storage systems paired with photovoltaic systems. The adoption of battery energy storage is difficult enough without having to worry about the qualifications of the contractors involved. C46 contractors do not have a trained and certified workforce to install and maintain storage batteries safely. All of our battery market installation capacity must be fully qualified. Otherwise, we will not see the adoption of these technologies we need as a state. Please do not delay. Vote for this today to restrict the C46 license holders from installing battery energy storage systems paired with photovoltaic systems. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And our next comment comes from Joe Kane. Joe, your line is open. Please remember to lower your hand and you will have 3 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Joe Kane. I am a California licensed professional engineer dedicated to the solar industry since 2008. I think you've heard a lot about the bias of the report. It seems that the conclusion was predetermined before the research was done. In May of 2019, the U.S. surpassed 2 million total solar installations nationwide. Only 2 years later, in the midst of a pandemic, the U.S. surpassed 3 million total PV installations in May or June of 2021. The importance of BESS paired with PV has become much more evident in recent years, even within the years-long time frame of this action by CSLB. With each grid power outage, planned or otherwise, homeowners still have a need to run their CPAP machines or other medical devices, to freeze or refrigerate foods and medicines, and to charge their phones to maintain basic communications for emergencies. PV plus BESS can fulfill these basic human needs. The importance of BESS paired with PV is specifically recognized by the California Energy Commission, as the CEC has created new requirements for a residential BESS ready mandatory measure in the 2022 standards. Considering national, state, and local goals for ESS, it is critical to remove barriers to rapid deployment of PV and BESS, not to create new barriers. We have heard a lot of scare words in the report and in testimony today. The presenter from the Labor Center correctly stated that the IFC, IRC, and NFPA 855 all reference and require testing and listening to UL 9540. As the 9540 and 95480A standards have matured, BESS has become more safe, not less safe. I agree with the previous testifier that BESS safety is assured primarily within the product itself when tested and listed according to these product safety standards. The 2019 California Fire Code and the 2019 California Residential Code are now further improved with the July 1, 2021 supplement. The July 1 supplement made California an early adopter of the additional safety provisions included in the 2021 International Residential Code section R328. Improved and matured codes and standards should not be presented as something scary that can only be comprehended by the holder of a C10. Improved codes and standards mean improved safety for everyone. No matter what profession we are engaged in, we all have a first day and a first time. There is no evidence that a C10 contractor installing residential BESS for the first time is more of a qualified individual than a C46 contractor installing BESS for the 100th time. The US DOE now has a Solar Ready Vets program. Are we going to exclude California? CSLB should do no harm today. Please do not create new barriers to rapid deployment.
10 seconds.
Please reject the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. And if you could just lower your hand, please. And our next comment comes from Steve Sharp. Steve, I see you have 2 connections. I'm going to pick one. Can you hear me? Let me unmute your other one. Let's try this one. Steve Sharp?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Okay. We can hear you. It's your turn, and you will have 3 minutes.
Great. Yeah, I oppose the changes. I'm a small-time one-man crew solar contractor. I've been doing solar for 40 years. I've been doing solar electric for 15 years, and I have one crew that works for me, and they were trained by me, and I work off the C46 license. So I checked in during this meeting. I started checking into the C10 to see what it would take to get the C10. And they said I need the 4 years of journeyman experience. So I called California Contractors Board, and they said, what I have does not qualify. I can't self-qualify myself. I would have to work for a licensed contractor doing C10 work for 4 years before I could even qualify for a license. So that just puts me out of the market. I just have to, because solar electric without battery these days is not going to pay off. So I just ask you guys to please look into it a little bit further and vote no to, or at least to move on and check it out a little bit further. That's it. Thanks.
Thank you. Next comment comes from Zoe Vanderschmidt. Zoe, your line is open. You will have 3 minutes.
Hi there. Thank you very much for allowing time for public comments. I work for Tree Public, and we are a C46-led company that's been in business for 10 years. We strongly oppose the motion 2, and we are a platinum Enphase installer that's extremely experienced in battery and energy storage, and we feel that this will be a real damage to the industry and to the cause of defeating climate change in general. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next is Bart Dixon. Bart, your line is open. If I can remind you to lower your hand, and you will have 3 minutes.
All right, thank you. My name is Bart Dixon. I work with contractors in the Los Angeles area, many who install PV and battery energy storage. I'm speaking today in support of the motion and urge the board to take action today to vote to restrict those contractors who only hold a C46 license to solar PV only. One thing I'd like to point out is that comments had been made today claiming that the UC Berkeley team did not get expert code input for their report. Wanted to point out those claims are false. Just 2 of the experts involved are, for example, Michael Johnson, who is the immediate past chairman and currently the principal member of the NEC Correlating Committee and an active member of the NFPA Standards Council. Also James Dollard, who is a past member of the Electrical Code Correlating Committee and a member and past member of several code making panels over several cycles. So the UC Berkeley report did get appropriate expert code input. We support it, and we urge you to take this action today. Thank you.
Thank you. And just as a reminder to lower your hand, please. Our next comment comes from call-in user number 60. Call-in user number 60, I have unmuted your microphone. Can you hear us?
Can you hear me?
We can. If I can just remind you to lower your hand, and you will have a 3-minute limit.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, board members. My name is Pete Marsh. I'm a C46 license holder, the founder and CEO of Vector Green Power and Materials. I strongly oppose the motion on the floor, and I urge you to please make no change to the C46 authorized scope of work. In general, I'm a huge fan of UC Berkeley. I was born there while my dad was earning his doctorate in zoology, and they were on my short list for my own undergraduate degree. I instead earned Bachelor's of Science from the U.S. Coast Guard Academy and a Master of Science later on. First, I'll quickly express support for previous comments from Jeff Mathias, Bernadette Del Chiro, Jeff Spies, Gary Gerber, Tesla, Freedom Forever, Barry Cinnamon, Duncan Clement Shaw, and the others who have eloquently pointed out that this is a solution in search of a problem. We're really talking about a non-issue here because despite my high regard for UC Berkeley as an institution, this report
report does not live up to their stellar reputation. It basically constitutes a poorly veiled attempt at science washing of a predetermined conclusion. Before founding my solar company to help solve the climate crisis, I spent several years managing research and development projects for the Department of Homeland Security while with the highly regarded defense contractor Booz Allen Hamilton. In this role, I assembled and led skilled teams of properly qualified and experienced researchers. I edited their draft and final reports, presented those reports to review boards, including peer review, blatantly missing from this process. Two of the most important things I did were selecting experts whose credentials were relevant to the work and then scrutinizing their methodological approaches. This report would quickly be rejected by me and my former employer for violating both of those. There's a labor expert, an economist, and a retiree whose stated expertise is in the chemical industry, not the electrical industry.
1 minute.
Reporting a comment on electrical safety. Their methodology, which boils down to they could not find data documenting actual safety problems, so they read the list of hazards and warnings from the lawyer's section of the installation manual. Mr. Holmes's main qualification appears to be to read those warnings in an ominous sounding voice. So let's see. One last obvious logic flaw. The motion says that A licenses, B or C10 should be allowed to install, but after criticizing C46 for lack of training, but
15
there's no
seconds.
training at all required for architects or engineers or general contractors in electrical. It's laughable. I urge you to make no change. Thank you.
Thank you. And our next comment comes from Eddie Bernacci. Eddie, your line is open. I'll remind you to lower your hand and you have a maximum of 3 minutes.
Can you hear me?
We can.
Okay, great. Thank you. Eddie Bernacchi on behalf of the National Electrical Contractors Association and its 2,000 plus California-based C10 and C46 contractors. Out of respect for the chair, I'm going to keep this very short. I just want to make a few points to the board members who are concerned with acting on the motion today. First is the current CSLB regulatory definition of the C46 classification is extremely restrictive. And it's not, and in its plain reading, currently prohibits the C46 from performing any other specialty craft that is not required, and I'll say that again, not required to install a photovoltaic system. California Electrical and Fire Codes consider BESS separate electrical systems. State utilities consider battery energy storage systems as separate systems, as they can be connected to power sources other than photovoltaic power. And California building officials consider battery energy storage systems separate systems. So the current board policy that allows the separate electrical systems to be installed under the C46 license with solar installations is itself an underground regulation and exposes the board to litigation. The board is well within its rights to act today and provide clarity on a policy that was implemented through license creep at the testing level and through board interpretation. Also regarding labor shortage, the motion on the table would not limit the ability of a C46 contractor that obtains a C10 license to utilize workers other than certified electricians to perform work that is not the electrical connections associated with battery energy storage system installations. This is a very common practice in the energy sector and would not be impacted by the motion that's on the table. And finally, as I mentioned earlier, nothing prohibits the C46 licensee from obtaining a C10 license. And we did hear that there may be some confusion there on the applicability of this to some small contractors.
1 minute.
But Registrar Fote has made it clear that the board staff will do everything possible to assist with those C46 licensees that would like to obtain a C10 license. So with that, it's been a 4-year process. All the stakeholders have had ample time to provide information and comments. Board commissioned an independent consultant to provide a recommendation. They've done so based on fact and input from all stakeholders. And with that, we urge you to act today, adopt the motion that's before you, and do what's right. Restrict the C46 licensees from installing these separate energy systems. Thank you.
Thank you. And let's see, our next comment comes from Richard Lawrence. Richard, your line is open. As a reminder, please lower your hand when you're finished, and you will have 3 minutes.
Hi, thank you. Richard Lawrence. I've been in the renewable energy industry for going on 20 years now, working in workforce development, training, education, also personnel certifications and quality assurance. Currently as the program director for the Interstate Renewable Energy Council. Strongly recommend that the current motion is opposed. Want to start off by saying that battery energy storage systems have always been a part of solar equipment systems. This is the technology that C46 is licensed to install. This is what they do. They install solar, they install battery as part of that. These systems have always been included storage. Go back to the beginning when they were powering satellites, when they were powering remote operations throughout California in the early solar days and pioneers. There's, more recently now, they're becoming a growing part of the systems again, but they've always been included, and this has always been something that solar installers have been charged with doing. This was at the same time when these licenses were developed, and this is what they should be talked about. As a previous caller talked about with doctors and looking at specializations, the best way to get somebody qualified to do the job is somebody who's specialized in that. And this is what the C46 license holders does. C10 certainly can get training, have performed well. I do point out as well that, solar equipment themselves are dangerous. These same arguments around the safety of the equipment have been made from the very beginning of this conversation, yet C46 are allowed to install those. The example that was brought up earlier of Solar City and Walmart, Solar City, now Tesla, as indicated by the report, is a C10 contractor. So these problems were with a C10 contractor, not with a C46. If there are issues with contractors and their inability to perform license or the work that they do, that is the job of the board. But in determining what it is, this is defined. This is what the systems, it's an integrated part of the system. Energy storage always has been an integrated part of the system. While it is also unsafe, solar is unsafe, and that is what these contractors are licensed to install. If there's issues with that, it does sound like there's some things that need to be done. For example, to improve the quality of the training that C10 and C46 license gets. There are some things that could be done. The work does report to that, but now is not the time to restrict who can perform this work. Now is the time to expand it. As stated before, there's critical workforce shortages right now, particularly with licensed electricians to do this clean energy work. There's a climate crisis that we need to address. Thank you. Please block that motion.
Thank you. And as a reminder, just to lower your hand, our next comment comes from Olu Hairston. Olu, your line is open.
Hello, calling in from Tree Public. Can you hear me?
We can.
Okay, thank you. I'm calling in from Tree Public. My name is Olu Hairston, and I oppose the motion because I think solar installers, that is the C46 installers, are more experienced. And I think they are able to handle energy storage more than the regular C10 ball. I think maybe they can introduce some kind of training so that everybody can do the job. Thank you.
Thank you. And our next comment comes from calling user number 78. Okay, calling user number 78. I've unmuted your microphone. As a reminder, please lower your hand and you'll have 3 minutes.
Hello, is this for me?
Yeah, yes, this is you. It's your turn.
Yeah, good. Okay, I didn't know. Thank you very much. It's time for me to speak then. Thank you. Hi, my name is Janine Cotter. I'm the C46 license qualifier for Luminalt. Since 2004, we've installed thousands of solar systems and hundreds of battery-paired solar systems across the Bay Area. And I am calling in strong opposition to the motion. Solar paired storage is a single system. Solar powers the battery, and when the power goes out, the solar kicks in and islands. And when the power comes back on, the solar is turned off, goes back on, and continues to power the house or the battery. They are paired systems, and they work together in concert. Richard Lawrence was spot on when he said that when the license classification was established, paired storage with solar was necessary. In 1981, when my husband installed his first solar system, the inverter wouldn't work without a lead acid battery pack. Solar and storage has been within the purview of the C46 since its inception. The other point that I would like to raise is that Luminalt has always been at the forefront of diversity in workforce development. Luminalt is majority woman owned, and we have worked strongly in concert with workforce development departments across the greater Bay Area. For identification purposes, I'm a member of the Workforce Incentive Workforce Development Board in San Francisco. And Luminalt was the first installer to participate in San Francisco's Go Solar SF, where we hired folks through workforce diversity programs. Though many of those individuals remain employed, one has become a certified electrician, but everyone else who came through that pathway is not a certified electrician, but they install solar paired storage every single day. They are talented specialists, and they reflect the diversity and breadth of the Bay Area and California. This would drastically impact gender equality and racial equality within the solar and storage industry. And it is a mistake at a time that California is burning and we have a workforce shortage. Thank you.
Thank you. And calling user 70, if I can just remind you to lower your hand. Our next comment comes from Matthew Walker. Matthew, your line is open. You will have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Matthew Walker, and I work for Simplified Power. It's important to note that additional public safety power shutoff events are planned for this year and the foreseeable future, causing BESS systems to be increasingly demanded and far more important for the safety of homeowners who need to keep critical medical devices running during these outages. I'd also like to point out that this measure proposes only a 90-day timeline to make all changes to the workforce. This is an extremely short timeline to make major changes to the layout of workforces of many small and large installers alike, especially considering the additional struggle of the current labor shortage. Now, this is a time to be increasing the amount of installations that our existing workforce can perform, not a time to be adding barriers. So I ask that the board reject the motion on the floor. Thank you.
Thank you, Matthew. And our next comment, I'm going to circle back to calling user 18. Calling user 18, I have unmuted your microphone. Can you hear us?
Hello?
Hello, it is your turn. You will have 3 minutes. And if I could just remind you to lower your hand when you're finished.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, board members. My name is Nate Otto, president of Hot Purple Energy. I've held a contractor's license for 30 years, and I am opposed to the motion being considered by the board. I want to thank the people at Berkeley that worked so hard on their report, Everyone on both sides of this issue believes that safety for our workers and the public is priority. I do agree with others that the Berkeley report was created in a vacuum of academia and not with the help of the industry in question. I don't agree with their findings. They are false, or at the very least heavily skewed, especially on the licensing of the installers, labor numbers, availability of the labor force, and costs associated with the changes they recommended. I would like to point out another very obvious but overlooked avenue to ensure the safety of everyone involved and the economics that make solar and storage acceptable for the end user. And that point was inadvertently brought up by board member Nancy Sanger, where she mentioned the 70+ years the C10 license has been around and the many updates to the code and training that have been ensued since then, and that the C46 has been around for only 40 years and no updates. She mentioned that separate sections that the BESS and solar have in the code book apart from the electrical code. Let's look at that. The code book, the CSLB board, and the electricians themselves all see BESS and PV separate and very different skills than from the wide variety of electrical work that C10s do. With this in mind, the speciality of BESS and PV, the rapidly changing technology, requires a dedicated contractor to keep on top of the technology, and that is the C46 contractor that is involved with the specific technologies we are discussing. I disagree that C46 should not be allowed to install BESS. The opposite is true. The CSLB should encourage and support the specialty industry that is the C46 contractors and what they have evolved into. They should support it with training and updates similar to what they have done for the C10 classifications, as electrical requirements have changed since the 1940s. If the evidence or simply prudence shows the need for added training, or even the addition of a rider or certificate required for C46 contractors to install BESS, this should be the solution being looked at. This would keep the workforce in place, honor the businesses that have been built around the industry, and help advance the technology that no other licenses have done. This solves safety issues without undue disruption in the industry or pressures on the inexperienced C10 contractors to catch up with the technology at a stage where rapid adoption of solar and storage is needed for the safety and health of California residents.
10 seconds.
Please don't throw out the baby with the bathwater. And as a postscript, there's no way that 90 days would be enough in today's post-COVID labor market for C46 contractors to make the switch. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And as a reminder, just to lower your hand, and then we are down to our last commenter, call-in user number 35. I have unmuted your microphone. Can you hear us? User identified as call-in user 35 within WebEx. I've unmuted your microphone. We can. Go ahead. You'll have 3 minutes.
Okay, great. Didn't know if I was 35. Wish I was once again. I'm Don Osborne, President of Spectrum Energy Development Incorporated. We are a C10 licensed company. We have been doing solar as Spectrum since 2002. Prior to that, I was superintendent of renewable resources at SMUD. I ran the SMUD solar program and other energy programs. I've been in this professionally in solar since 1976. So I've seen the industry grow and mature to what we have today. I strongly oppose the motion before you. You've heard many, many reasons why. I will just simply add my comments to that. It is clear that solar plus storage as an integrated package is the future, is today, and is the future of storage in California. It is vital that when a solar plus storage system goes in, that it goes in as an integrated package. It needs to be plug and play. The control systems, the inverters, all of this interact with each other between the solar and the storage system. While it's surely possible to put in a storage system separately, and you can have two different contractors do each component. That is not in the benefit of the customer, nor that of the grid at large. So for safety reasons, for economic reasons, for labor reasons, I ask you to reject this proposal before you today. Thank you.
Thank you. And we do have one more individual that we lost a little earlier who is back. Tommy. And Tommy, I'm not going to try and pronounce your last name. I apologize. Your line is open. You will have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Shelley. Good afternoon, board chair and board members. And I'm in respect to the board chair on his wishes to keep comments short. My name is Tommy Falvai. I represent the business development side in Los Angeles when it comes to the energy sector. We in the industry need your assistance to increase market acceptance of energy storage by reducing risk to people, property, financing, and insurance. For the health of our industry, and act on the UC Berkeley report, which states that we strongly recommend that the CSLB limit the scope of the C46 to its original scope and preclude C46 license holders from installing BESS, even when paired with solar, unless they hold another license under which BESS installation is permitted. We asked the board to follow the recommendation of the board member of his motion today, and to accept the action and study recommendations from UC Berkeley for being very thorough and factual. Thank you.
Thank you. And board, with that, that concludes our request for comments.
Well, thank you very much, Shelley. And thank you to all those who commented today. I want to double check to make sure Kevin, Mary, and Don are on the phone. Kevin, if you're on the phone, can you say you're on?
I would probably need them to raise their hand so that I could identify them in the attendee list.
Okay, so Kevin and Mary and Don, if you're on the phone, please raise your hand.
This is Don. I'm actually calling through Tanya's cell phone.
Okay. Mary and Kevin, are you on?
I'm not seeing any hand raises. It might be that they don't know how to find the hand raise on their phone. That is always a possibility.
Okay, so I want to double check that we still have a quorum. So Kayla, can you do roll call, please?
Susan Granzella?
Here.
Kevin Albanese? Frank Altamura?
Here.
Augie Beltran?
I'm here.
Rodney Kobos?
Here.
David De La Torre?
Here.
Miguel Galarza?
Here.
Donald Geritano?
Here.
Diana Love?
Here.
Michael Mark?
Here.
James Rain?
Here.
Johnny Simpson?
Here.
Nancy Springer?
Here.
Mary Tykert? Not here.
Kale, this is Dave Fote. Kevin Albanese has stated that he is participating, although he's not sure how to do it other than through my phone.
David, what we're going to do is when we call for a roll call vote, I want him, he will contact you and tell you how he votes. Is that legal, attorney, counselor?
Yes, it should be fine.
Okay.
And also Mary Tyker is going to do the same thing, I believe.
Yes.
Okay, so when we call their name for the roll call, David, you will acknowledge what their vote is.
Okay.
Kayla, does it look like we have a quorum?
Yes.
Okay, so board members, at the risk of going any further than we have to, are there any questions? I don't see any hands. With that, Kayla, please call roll on the motion.
Okay, Susan Granzella,
Aye.
Kevin Albanese. Dave,
1 second, he's responding.
okay.
No.
Okay, Frank Altamura,
No.
Augie Beltran,
Yes.
Rodney Kobos,
Yes.
David De La Torre,
Aye.
Miguel Galarza,
Yes.
Donald Geritano,
Yes.
Diana Love,
Yes.
Michael Mark,
Yes.
James Rain,
Yes.
Johnny Simpson,
Yes.
Nancy Springer,
Yes.
Mary Tykert.
Mary Tucker is a no.
Okay, so the motion carries 11-3.
Thank you very much, Kayla.
Uh-huh.
With that, Board Chair Granzella, that concludes our agenda item, and I turn the board back to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Board Member Augie Beltran. An amazing oversight for a very important issue for the board. So this concludes our board business for today. Can I please get a motion to adjourn the board?
So moved.
Second.
Who is it? So who moved?
Me, Augie.
Oh.
Nancy,
All right.
second.
Great. There is no roll call, so the meeting is adjourned.
Thank you.
Thank
Have
you.
a good afternoon, everyone.
Thank you, everyone.